This video will help you fall asleep and relax, but before we begin, let me know in the comments what city you're tuning in from and what time you're watching this. Now subscribe, get comfortable, and relax. Story 1. You think you can win on talent alone? You don't have enough talent to win on talent alone. Kurt Russell, Miracle. Where's my story? I don't have it yet. Sorry. I'll send it soon. Have you even started? Yeah, I'll get right on it. You'd better. My nemesis glares at me. You know I hate to be kept waiting. And the Halloween issue of our magazine can't wait either. Correct. You're the headliner. You'd better give me something fantastic. Any less, and you're back to polishing others' works. Understood. Jeanette Kahn, creator and editor of Monday Macabre, turns and stalks down the hallway of our claustrophobic office. I'm left alone with my computer screen, my keyboard, and a cursor flashing patiently after the sentence I managed to write. Halloween, more than any other time of year, holds the promise of the unknown. Not bad, but not great. It doesn't pop, make you sit up and pay attention. It doesn't have the creepy factor. Not unless I use it as the start of a Lovecraftian tale. Now, one of my fellow writers is taking a shot at that. He's calling his story The Innsmouth Look. I mentally picture Jeanette with a deep one's face. Get to work. Right. After deleting the sentence, I stare at the cursor. Sometimes words flow like blood through my veins. Other times, like now, I have a clot. Maybe YouTube will help. I search for If I Were a Rich Man. From Fiddler on the Roof and its corollary, Rich Girl, by Gwen Stefani. Both focus on the dream of becoming wealthy. Octavia would rather spend money on his family. Gwen would rather clean out Vivienne Westwood in her Galliano gown. I wouldn't do either. Instead, I'd buy Jeanette out and take charge of this horror rag. I'd make it famous. Right now, it's a respectable mid-lister, found online and at the brick-and-mortar bookstores that still exist in larger cities. Large cities. Maybe that's where I should start. Chicago on Halloween was full of more tricks than treats. That's clearer and more concise. But I don't know what tricks the Windy City holds on October 31st. Razor blades and apples? Poisoned candy? That's been done before. Maybe a severed head in some unfortunate kid's pumpkin-shaped treat bucket? It might hit too close to home for some folks. Maybe I'll ask the reader what Halloween means to them in a roundabout way. What does Halloween hide? Perfect. What lies beneath the surface of the masks and the color of the costumes? Perhaps the innocent smile of a child. Then again, evil kids creep me out. And that's so gonorous overdone, I let the cursor gobble up those last two sentences like peace offerings. I'm hoping they'll be accepted. My stomach growls. At lunchtime, I mumble to no one in particular, then leave the computer having finished two lousy sentences. Writer's block is a weirdo. Time for a break. This, of course, means having to sneak past the deep one on my way out. Tenet. My heart leaps into my throat. Yes, Jeanette? You have 12 hours to send me your masterpiece. Otherwise, you're the only writer on our staff who cares what an Oxford comma is. I'm thinking that copy editing is where your talents truly lie. No! The word falls out of my mouth before I can take it back. I mean, you have a deal. Jeanette smirks and returns to her laptop. I flee the building for some fresh air. Late October greets me, crisp and cool. My birthday is this week on the 22nd. What do I want? A night out, dinner and a movie at the theater. What's playing? I ask my phone. Several horror films and a rom-com pop up in my local listings. I want to see Heretic, but according to Google, that comes out on November 15th. By then, I'll either be a superstar or a slave at Monday Macabre, aiming to rest from Halloween and all that it entails. Entails. My stomach's grumbling again. I opt for the Chinese place across the street. Then something else catches my eye. A new store has opened up nearby, one with a hanging wooden sign. Cinderella's Curios. Below this elegant text is a cutout of a silver slipper. I'm immediately curious. What would Cinderella collect? A silver bell chimes as I open the heavy glass door. It slides shut on its own. Whoa, wah! Collectibles of all sorts greet me. Porcelain, crystal coins, various ceramics. An actual glass slipper, courtesy of Swarovski, is the first thing I focus on. The price tag? $259. I'm immediately reminded of a little rhyme. A wonder to look at, delightful to hold. But if you break it, consider it sold. A store like this would ordinarily be a nightmare. I'm a klutz, but I'm so transfixed I can barely move. Come on in, says a soft and tinkling voice. I won't charge you for an accident. We'll see about that. Remarkable place you've got here, isn't it? A smiling older woman with round wire-rimmed glasses heads toward me, not bumping into a thing, not even brushing her precious possessions. Right out of a fairy tale. It's been a dream come true to open this shop. I grin. So, you're Cinderella? The woman's laugh is as delightful as the ringing of the silver bell. I'm afraid I'm too old for that role. Call me the fairy godmother. Something gnaws at the back of my mind, but I shove it aside and chuckle back. Are you after something special? Not really. How about a treasure for your birthday? Even if yours has already passed, every day is a birthday of sorts, a chance to try once more, to reinvent oneself anew. Good point. Splendid. I have an item in mind that I think you'll like. One thing. Please don't let it be too expensive. Don't let it be too fragile. Don't worry. The woman turns to go. Feel free to sit down if you need to. I find a chair nearly concealed by shelves of porcelain dolls. I take her up on her offer. After a while, I start to think she's forgotten about me, and I should head for the Chinese restaurant after all. I'm due back at the office in a half hour, and I need to eat. I'm getting lightheaded. Here we are. She comes back, carrying the most beautiful watch I've ever seen. The face is transparent, so I can see all the minute gears churning inside. The vinyl band is clear too. One thing is peculiar though. It only has an hour hand. Lovely, isn't it? I'll even give you a discount. $100. Too rich for my blood, and I don't know. It's not what I'm looking for. What are you looking for? What are you looking for? What do you want more than anything right now? Lunch, talent. Again, the word escapes me before I can stop it coming out of my mouth. I write for a horror magazine and the Halloween issue's coming up. My boss is expecting a miracle in 12 hours. I don't have it in me, don't you? The woman's eyes twinkle. You'd be surprised what you can get done in that amount of time if you're willing to apply yourself. I'm not talking about work ethic. I'm talking pure, unadulterated talent. The kind that leaves you speechless after reading certain passages. That makes you go, wow. And makes you wish you could write like that. Goat talent. Isn't that a tad too ambitious for what you're trying to accomplish? I don't care. No one ever said Shakespeare is the only goat. Edgar Allan Poe is one too. In my humble opinion, so is Stephen King. I'd give anything to write something that sends shivers down our readers' spines, and more importantly makes them gape in wonder once it's done. You believe in that, don't you? Indeed I do. I reach my hand out to take the watch, but she gently withdraws it. Now then, we know what you want. What are you willing to trade for it? I don't have much dough. Besides, talent isn't something money can buy. I'll tell you what, ordinarily I have scads of time, but now I'm on a deadline. If I could trade time for talent in a 12-hour stretch, I'd certainly do so. But that isn't possible, is it? I say. I sigh. No, not even for you. I wouldn't say that. She stretches out her hand. I offer you this watch for the low price of $50. Consider it a birthday present. Are you serious? As serious as my merchandise. I don't deal in fakes or trash. Obviously not. I stroke the watch's face. If you really mean it's $50, I'll take it. Do you take credit cards? The woman shakes her head. Darn. That's all the cash I have. I think of getting up and leaving, but my eyes are glued to the gorgeous gift. Ah, what the hay. I take the money out of my purse and hand it over. Is she doing business with you? Wait. 3 things. She traces her finger over a button on the clear vinyl band. First, when you wish to activate it, push this while you have the watch on your wrist. Second, don't push it before you're ready. Third, and most importantly, she leans in. Whatever you start, you must finish. Goosebumps break out on my arms. This trade is final, as are all sales from my establishment. I understand, do you? I hate for you to be disappointed with your purchase. Trust me, it's magnificent. There's no other word for it. I'm glad. The shop owner beams. Also, remember to keep your wrists clean before activating the watch. A dab of rubbing alcohol will do. Is that so my skin oils won't damage the metal? No, it's for something far more important. Another critical exchange. Before I can ask what it is, the silver bell rings again. I do apologize, but duty calls. Farewell, dear. Make wise use of your time. She turns away and walks toward the front door. I slip my new watch into my purse and follow her. She greets the next customer. I venture outside and across the street at last. At the Golden Dragon, I receive a fortune cookie with my meal. Great wealth lies within you. Maybe it refers to inner qualities like honesty and caring, but maybe it also refers to what I seek. I entertain this latter possibility with a secret smile. Once I finish lunch and leave the restaurant, I debate whether or not to go back to the office. I can write my story in a much less nerve-wracking environment than my cubicle. On the other hand, I don't want Jeanette to think I'm taking the rest of the day off. Her deadline looms, and I want broke interruptions. I text her that I'll be working from home. My laptop awaits me there, along with its patiently blinking cursor. I take my new watch out of my purse. What had the owner of Cinderella's Curios said? To clean my wrist with rubbing alcohol before I put it on, and pushed the button on the band. Strange directions, but I obey. She also said to push it once I wanted to start, but not before I was ready. I'm ready now. I stretch. Take a drink of my Mountain Dew Code Red, and try the button. The sharp pain makes me cry out and swear. A needle on the underside of the watch face has plunged itself into my wrist and is drawing blood into it, drenching the gears. The hour hand, which hasn't heretofore moved, floats above the droplets and inches forward ever so slightly. Terror ripples through me. I now understand what the lady was really trying to tell me about the watch. Time traded for talent. Blood traded for time. I unfasten the band, but the needle's stuck fast in my wrist, and I don't want to try removing it. I refasten it. The watch will stay on until my work is complete. What have I done? Its clock is ticking. What happens if I don't finish before it strikes 12? I lay my fingers on my keyboard and start typing furiously, not wanting to find out. Hour 1. What does Halloween hide? What lurks behind the surface of the masks and the color of the costumes? More than any other holiday, it holds the promise of the unknown. Sophie Taffus loved to collect, from her very first assortment of love-worn stuffed animals, to her doll lineup, to her carefully studied rocks and minerals from the periodic table. Her collections were worth far more than money. They represented years of searching and finding, winnowing and selecting, preparing and displaying. They were her heart and soul. Yet, as always, something was missing. On Halloween of her junior year in high school, Sophie and her friends decided to go to the crossroads on the outskirts of town. It had been a teen hangout since time immemorial. Not even the cops could run them off completely. The best they could do was cruise by every once in a while, which wasn't enough to stop the sneakiest and most determined partiers. Besides, Sophie's social circle came from good families. Good meaning, Rick. Even if they got caught, they were sure they'd be let off with a warning. Speaking of which, rumors warned that here was where people went to make a certain kind of deal. Not in dollars and cents, but in much more expensive commodities. Was Sophie a believer? In a nominal sense, but she wouldn't let her peers know what or how much she held to. October 31st fell wintry cold, with a sky full of stars and teenage hearts full of yearning. They all had something they wanted, but what were they willing to give in return? Brett and Ashley were atheists, here for the extra-legal fun, and not the paranormal aspects of Halloween. Miranda, however, was a different story. If you were to ask her if she was still scared of the boogeyman, she'd tell you no. But she wouldn't reveal that she kept a close eye on her closet every night. When they reached the crossroads, Sophie and company passed around a flask of vodka and talked about what they'd heard. Brett said that his cousin's friend came here, made a pact with the devil for blues guitar mastery, and then killed himself when his upgraded skills went up to the task. Scoffing, Ashley countered that the scariest thing that had happened so far was a hit and run. No more, no less. Miranda asked if the ghosts of the victims haunted the premises. Ashley and Brett snickered, but Sophie stayed quiet, unsure. She thought she felt a weight in the air, a curious presence that gave her more goosebumps than the temperature. Ashley and Brett made out. Miranda and Sophie stared at the sky silently, wondering why they were out here if nothing weird was going to happen. Finally, Miranda asked, "Soph, do you think there's a heaven?" "Yeah." "What about hell?" "Also, yeah." Sophie figured these admissions were safe. Lots of people believed the same. "What do you think hell is like?" Sophie paused. "I think it's different for each person. Not some generic lake of fire where everyone goes. If we deserve punishment, it'll be tailor-made for us." After a few minutes, Miranda spoke again. "What would your punishment be?" "I don't know. I'd like to think I haven't been all that bad. I don't cheat, steal, or kill, although I lie from time to time. Maybe my version of hell would be having to tell the truth all the time, no matter how harmful or ugly to everyone. Yikes. My version would be having to get on a scale minute after minute, hour after hour, so everyone could see how much I weighed, then laugh at me." Sophie's heart sank. She knew how much Miranda struggled with food issues. Seriously though, what if our worst fears come true in hell? There'd be no one around to save us but ourselves, and we couldn't, no matter how hard we tried. "Hey, that sounds like school," said Brett. The four friends snorted with laughter. "Don't worry about it. Hell's not real." Sophie remained uncertain. "Brett, I'm freezing. Do you actually want to stay out here until midnight?" "Nah, man. I just came so I could neck with you." Ashley gave him a playful punch on the arm. "Hey, if you're not going to be cool about this, get in your car and leave." "Cool about what, Soph? It's been a lousy Halloween. Come on, Ash. Let's go." Ashley and Brett headed for Brett's beat-up Ford. Miranda stayed put. "If there are any ghosts or spirits, any strange manifestations, I'm going to be the first one to see them." She grinned playfully at her best friend. Sorry, girl. Sorry yourself. I'm looking for something in particular." Or, rather, I reread everything I've written, after second-guessing myself 1,000 times, and making countless little edits. I consider my draft above average, but it's nowhere near what I'm aiming for. It has potential. Just not goat potential. Be patient. Be patient. You've introduced the main character and set the stage. Your new skills will manifest themselves in time. Main character? Don't you mean the main characters? Silence in my mind. I'm talking to myself again. How much time? I've been at this for 2 hours, considering the relatively little amount of text I've typed. And I only have 10 hours left. Patience, I said. Is that Jeanette I hear inside my head? Or the voice of my fairy godmother? Keep at it. You haven't a moment to lose, my dear tenant. Definitely Jeanette. The deep one has a hold on me even at home. With my blood coursing through my new watch, I keep writing. Hour 3 Miranda couldn't quite believe it. Here she was, the most credulous person in their little group, wondering if Sophie had lost her mind. Not even she, Miranda, could brave the glacial air for the sake of nothing. Sophie wore a stylish parka, but Miranda only had a tank top and shorts on. She wrapped her arms around herself and rubbed as fast as she could, hoping the friction would warm her. Are you cold? Asked Sophie. Duh. Want to borrow my coat? That's okay. Hey, Soph. Would you mind if I left? Why? Miranda gestured all around her. There's no one else here but us. It's not midnight yet. Would you like to come over to my house and crash? We can eat lots of candy. Nah. Besides, I don't want to waste this opportunity. For what? To make a deal. Sophie smiled. Here I thought you were the superstitious one. Hey, no fair. Stay with me. I'm going to need some company if this all goes wrong. Who do you think will show up? Someone who gives you exactly what you want. Exactly when you want it. The devil. Yeah, but more powerful and not evil. Someone beyond space and time. What? You're crazy. Maybe. But tonight I can afford to be a little nuts. So can you. I'm going home. Suit yourself. Sophie put her hood up and turned away from her friend, toward the crossroads, an icy wind coursing around them and through their flimsy defenses. Sophie was better prepared, however. She didn't regret seeing the bright red taillights of Miranda's Chevy vanish into the distance. This night and this chance were for her and her alone. She stood in the middle of the intersection and waited. Greetings. Sophie whirled around. Someone else was indeed there, an impossibly tall man in a fedora and trench coat. She couldn't see his face, but his slitted eyes glowed bluish white, as if they were lit by an inner star. Who are you? Sophie cried. Where did you come from all of a sudden? Some call me the stranger. Others, the collector. I prefer the curator. What's that? The manager of a museum and its exhibits. The word comes from the Latin cura, meaning to care. I care deeply for everything in my care, my young friend. As for where I come from, you answered that question. Beyond space and time? You're kidding? Sophie blinked. You're the one I want to see. Of course. Then let's make a deal. Unbeknownst to Sophie, the curator's formless mouth curved into a smirk. I don't think you comprehend what's involved. So, tell me. First, I don't trade in souls, but in spirits. The difference is that your soul is the universal part of you that loves its creator, God, if you will, and seeks to unite with him, it. Your spirit is unique, that you identify with. Yourself. I care for all of the individual selves that have dealt with me. What do you wish to bargain for? Money? Love? The well-being of your friends and loved ones? All those things are great. But I can't explain what I'm really after. Do try. I'm a collector just like you. I love all the things I've bought and found over the years, but I can never have enough. Every time I look at one of my collections, I'm proud. But I also wonder what else I can acquire. I don't want to be greedy, but how come I always want more? It's an obsession. In short, said the curator, you want to be me. Sophie pointed her index finger in the air. Yeah? Again. I don't think you comprehend what that involves. Again, tell me. I didn't finish the first time. Oh, geez. Sorry. The second thing you should know is that I give each of the ones I curate a task to perform. Not in the afterlife, but in the here and now. This special service is a binding contract and must be fulfilled on time. Otherwise the deal's off, and I also extract a penalty. It could be monetary. It could be personal. I don't do this out of malice, but to teach that in all things, there must be balance and justice. Fear not. I want to ask you to do something against your conscience. Then what do you want from me? I'd like to meet your friend, Miranda. She's afraid of what she cannot see, and even what she can, her own body. I want to show her she has nothing to fear. I can show her vistas and experiences far beyond this world, each with a lesson to put into practice on good old planet Earth. 1 month from now, I want you to bring her here to this crossroads. Introduce me, and your debt shall be paid. And what do I get out of it? I'll show you how to curate spirits, to influence others much more than you do now. Your social circle is wealthy, but it's not wide. You'll learn people's strengths, weaknesses, true motivations, and all the secrets they hide. Sophie gaped. I'm not sure I want that. It's hard to admit, but you do. You want to collect friends. After a moment, she sighed sadly. Yeah, you're right. Is that so bad? Not as long as you care for them, and they care for you. Do we have a deal? Wait. What's the third thing? While I'm here in your world, my physical form is fragile. I require 3 drops of your blood to help retain it. Would you lend them to me? Ah, I hate bleeding. It will only take a prick of your palm. Okay, if you say so. Sophie turned her hand palm upward and allowed the stranger to dig one of his long nails into her flesh. It hurt for a fraction of a second. Then he grasped her hand in his own, which was even more frigid. Sophie felt herself weaken. She wobbled in place, then caught her balance. He pressed her palm to his wrist to nourish a transparent watch whose gears ran on blood. Unbeknownst to Sophie, the curator lived on borrowed time. Voila. Our bargain is made. On November 30th, I expect to see Miranda. He left the crossroads. With her cold, cauterized hand, Sophie waved goodbye. I can't believe it. I'm wearing the curator's watch, and am bound to him by the blood I'm shedding. Time traded for talent, blood traded for time. This story I'm writing isn't fiction. I'm feeling drained. I need a nap. I've slept 3 hours. 3. I forgot to take my watch off, but I still lost track of time. And Tenet, how's everything coming along? Shut up, Jeanette. I have a far worse taskmaster than you breathing down my neck. Yet Hitz remained silent. You won't shut the hell up. Get out of my head. I will when you're finished. Get back to work. Don't be afraid, my fairy godmother chimes in. You've got time. I sure hope so. Hour 6 throughout November. Sophie tried to prepare Miranda for what would be coming next. The 2 girls discussed far more than they ever had on the subject of the supernatural. Sophie talked further about heaven and hell, and Miranda disclosed her fear of everything from the number 666 to the boogeyman. Neither of them laughed at what the other had to say. They both sensed this subject matter was no laughing matter. As for Ashley and Brett, They were too busy with each other to care about Sophie and Miranda's existential dilemmas. The afterlife was all well and good, but in this life, the couple had some serious necking to do. As the curator had promised, Sophie began to widen her social milieu. People who had ignored her now asked to sit with her at lunch, collaborate on homework, and party after hours. They asked her advice at every turn, from which of the latest fashion trends were worth following, to which colleges to visit. You know, she didn't have all the answers. Sophie acted like she did. Therein lay the secret. She dared not admit her other secrets. She could read minds. Surface thoughts only, but they were enough. She could also discern when anyone lied to her. They did. A lot. Fake it till you make it was the unofficial motto of high school, and she suspected of life. Most alarmingly, she learned hidden truths about people whenever she touched them. Even brushing up against them in the hallway, she could tell which girls had anorexia or bulimia, which athletes were using steroids, and which teachers were at the end of their rope due to students' misbehavior. This constant onslaught of knowledge was dizzying. She learned to tune most of it out like she tuned out boring lectures. Still, this thrilled her as much as basking in others' attention. Her new friends gave her a sense of importance that her old ones never had, except Miranda. Even though she now played second fiddle to Sophie's new cadre, she remained loyal and told the truth when it needed telling. Hence Sophie's misgivings about the end of the month. What did the curator want with Miranda? To steal her spirit? To take her away? No. That would be evil. And Sophie swore she hadn't called upon an evil being. He had mentioned experiences and vistas far beyond this world. What kind? What lessons would her best friend learn to help her on good old planet Earth? The more Sophie thought about it, the more disturbed she became. For the first time in her life, she ignored her priceless collections, even her new friends, and focused entirely on the problem of her old one. What could Miranda offer the curator that Sophie couldn't give him? Belief and blind trust. But that was all. Sophie could help him with what she'd learned. Wasn't that what knowledge was for? Why not put it to practical use? What Sophie now knew eclipsed what Miranda knew by an order of magnitude. Ridiculous it was. Ridiculous that the mysterious stranger Sophie had contacted favored Miranda instead. Well, Sophie would show him. She'd prove her worth. When November 30th came, Sophie went to the rendezvous alone. She waited and waited by the light of the full moon. She could see the crossroads stretching into the distance, discarded trash blowing across its fairway. She did not see the curator. At long last, a thick strip of paper with 3 words in blood blew across her path. I warned you. Hot fear filled Sophie's heart. What kind of penalty would the curator impose? As he had specified, the deal was off. As he had also suggested, the penalty was both monetary and personal. Her retinue ignored her like yesterday's news once they realized how shallow Sophie was. Once she'd gone home after meeting no one at the crossroads, she'd smashed most of her collectibles. What had once cost her a fortune lay on her bedroom floor in hundreds of pieces. All she could do was clean up the mess and cry. Damn you, Miranda. Sophie wept. I hope I never see your big fat face again. At 3 a.m., she got the call. Her best friend since forever had committed suicide. Oh dear. That escalated quickly. It did not. It progressed in its time, and we both barely paid attention. We? Who is a we? And who are you? Jeanette. You don't sound like her. I don't know who Jeanette is, but it's time you learned who I am. The owner of Cinderella's curios, and the subject of your tale. A horrible realization dawns on me. You're Sophie, I say aloud. Sophie Tophus. Yes. Rearrange the letters of my last name and you'll understand me. Tophus, Faust. The man who sold his soul to the devil for knowledge. Sophie had done the same. The curator is not Satan, but he demands prompt payment for his boons. Payment. You didn't bring Miranda to the crossroads because you were jealous. The curator wanted to help her, but you didn't. You wanted her to stay the same, in second place behind your new acquaintances. You idiot. Hear me out. I've spent the rest of my life trying to atone for what I did to her. I dedicated myself to granting others' wishes. In terms of my collections, I built one to share instead of hoard. Ergo, my little shop, everything I have is for sale to others or to be given away. That watch was my gift to you. You mean the curator's watch? The one that's drawing my blood right now? That's a gift? More like a curse. I can't even risk taking it off. I'm in too deep. Indeed you are. Now that you know whose story you're telling and what you've exchanged for talent, our mutual benefactor won't let you go until you finish. If I finish, you must. If the clock strikes 12, and you have not, then you belong to him. Oh yeah, Miranda does. She's at peace. He has a soft spot for the innocent. Then he'll let me go. Are you willing to let your newfound talent? Hour 9, Sophie felt numb from her head to her toes. Miranda couldn't be dead. She just couldn't. True, Sophie had done her a bad turn, but had that been enough to... No, she shivered all over. It can't be. Miranda was tougher than that. Had she been? On balance, the answer was no. Miranda's strength wasn't her strength, but her heart. Now that Miranda's heart was stilled forever. I have no one, Sophie said. No one and nothing. Thus, the curator's penalty proved absolute. Sophie fell into despair. Her grades slipped, and she no longer cared about activities she used to enjoy, all except buying new things. If this desire had obsessed her before, now it consumed her outright. She spent all the money she made working at her after-school job on expensive curios. Crystal, coins, porcelain dolls, china figurines, each lovelier than the last. Her new collection was so stunning that even her parents found themselves standing and staring at it, hypnotized by its beauty. As it grew, it took up more and more space, spreading from Sophie's bedroom to the guest bedroom. Then the living room. Her house began to resemble a museum more than a home. She had to tell her parents to be careful not to break any of its exhibits. What she didn't tell her parents was the nature of the driving force that made her acquire them. The objects spoke to her. Not out loud, but inside her mind. An insistence that she purchase them and bring them home. Once she laid eyes on a shiny knick-knack, she simply had to have it. Not for her own sake, but its sake. It needed to be in the sun or under a light, so that rainbows could emerge from its glittering facets or smooth glass surface. It needed a place to be displayed, to realize its full potential. She spent hours dusting and polishing each acquisition to a mirror shine. She cared for them as lovingly as if they were flesh and blood friends, yet just like human friends. These objects took an emotional and physical toll. Sophie found it increasingly hard to get up in the morning and muster any kind of interest in school. No matter where she was, homeroom, the gym, the cafeteria, she wished she were at home tending to her new collection. Her best collection. Little did she know what it was for until the winter solstice came. December 21st was the shortest and darkest day of the year. Instead of spending time with her family before Christmas, she put on her parka and made her way to the crossroads a third time. A full moon shone once again upon its intersection. Greetings. Sophie was neither surprised nor afraid. She knew whom she'd come to meet. Hello, curator. After a brief pause, he stepped, or rather hovered, toward her. What do you require of me? Another bargain. I have a new collection that I'm willing to trade. She swallowed hard, and she could see puffs of her breath in the air. Bring Miranda back. I cannot. Yes, you can. I know who you are. If you can't restore her to her body, could you please let me speak to her soul? their spirit. My valuables are all I have. They're almost all I love. Take them and let me talk to my best friend one more time. Such trifles mean nothing to me. However, since they mean so much to you, I'll consider them acceptable collateral. You must promise me 3 things as well. Anything. First, you must dedicate your life to serving others. That includes selling your collectibles at discount prices or giving them away as gifts. You will keep collecting and granting others' wishes until you fulfill my other 2 requirements. Second, you must find someone else to tell your story as a cautionary tale. Forewarned is forearmed, as the old saying goes. Third, you must take my watch as a sealing token of our pact. Wear it until the bearer of your tale comes along. Someone as ambitious and proud as you are. Keep it active until you meet that person. Then present my most prized possession to them. I aim to leave this world behind and venture to further dimensions. Before I agree, I'd like to know, how much time do I have to accomplish all this? The curator's eyes narrowed to slits. 50 years from the date you first sought me out. Halloween. If you have not finished these tasks by then, I'll take you with me, body, soul, and spirit, to places where no living mortal has a right to be. You won't find solace there until you've learned the lessons that you should have long ago. What if I find a substitute? If I can convince someone else to go with you instead, will you consider our pact fulfilled? After an eternity, he replied, yes, in full. Okay then. How do I talk to Miranda? Do you need any more of my blood? Yes. 3 more drops. Sophie gave them as she had before. Now then, when I step back from these crossroads, you'll see her and can say what you will. You'll only have 1 minute before her shade returns to where I am. Agreed? Sophie swallowed hard. Agreed. Agreed. The curator stepped back, allowing winter moonlight to shine full upon Sophie. She stared and blinked. The form of her best friend shimmered in the frosty air. "And Miranda? Is that you?" Sophie knelt. "I'm sorry I threw you over for those other so-called friends of mine. They aren't anymore. I was selfish and took you for granted. I never realized how much you meant to me until Miranda died." The dark thought flashed across Sophie's mind and vanished. Until now, I wanted to see you one last time, so I could tell you how much I love you. I miss you so much. I know I can't have you back for all time, but I'm glad to have you for 1 more minute. Christmas is coming. There is only one thing I want, not another knick-knack or piece of art. Your forgiveness. Will you please grant it to me? Sophie felt a warm presence wrap itself around her. A barely audible voice. "Yes, I love you too. Merry Christmas. And I beg of you, fulfill your terms. I will. Thank you." Flakes of snow began to fall through Miranda and to the ground. She disappeared. So did the curator. Sophie returned home to find that her valuables' voices had fallen still. The first thing she did was wrap up an angel figurine to give her mother. On Christmas morning, Sophie's mom was surprised and pleased. She'd never seen her daughter give away any of her precious things before, whether physical or intangible. Was Sophie turning over a new leaf? Only time would tell. After she graduated high school, Sophie opened up a series of collectible and antique shops in the city. They made her a tidy profit, which she donated to cancer research centers and homeless shelters. She also delivered meals to homebound people and hired those with disabilities to assist her in her stores. Sophie may not have been Citizen of the Year in the 49 years she spent helping others, but she was darn close. Only one part of her bargain remained: the cruel final terms. Who would tell Sophie's story and forewarn others of the dangers of selfishness, greed, and obsession? Who would wear the curator's watch given as a gift. Most importantly, who would go with the curator to other worlds in Sophie's place? That's where I came in. That's where I still come in. There's 1 hour till midnight. 1 hour to polish this story and send it to Jeanette. Can I finish in time? I'm so weak. Hour 11, Sophie lay wide awake on a late October evening. It wasn't Halloween, but the fateful deadline was close enough. She dared not leave any more to chance. She'd taken enough of a risk giving the curator's watch to a writer with the pseudonym of Tennant. Thanks to that particular timepiece, the best copy editor at Monday Macabre could have her big break. Pure, unadulterated talent would flow like blood through her veins. And there would be no clots. No longer would she slave away proofreading others' works. Tennant would write an epic tale that would headline the magazine's annual Halloween issue and catapult her straight to the top. All it would cost her? $50 in blood drawn on the hour, every hour, for 12 hours straight. The pact with the curator would thus be sealed. The thing was, Tennant hadn't known about the curator, or Sophie either. She'd thought the owner of Cinderella's Curios was a kind and gentle older woman, with round wire-rimmed glasses. That much was true. She'd never suspected that the gift-giver had ulterior motives. However, what if she had? Would she have entered into the bargain anyway? Humbly, Tennant realized the answer was yes. She believed in herself, so much so that she believed she could outwit death. She only had 30 minutes left. In Goethe's Faust, the protagonist repented and ended up being saved. In Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, the main character was damned. The difference was one of lessons learned. Pride versus humility, ambition versus acceptance, hope versus despair. Sophie had learned these lessons well over the past 50 years. But what about Tennant? Which option would she choose? The one that would save her lives, or the one that would save her spirit? One more dilemma awaited her. Miranda had forgiven Sophie for forsaking her in her hour of need. Would Tennant do the same for leading her on and not telling her about the curator? There was a lot to be said for absolution, but also for balance and justice, two values that the curator himself prized. Why should I forgive you? Tennant asked out loud. Give me one good reason. Within her mind, Sophie answered, because we're too much alike. Good point. If you pardon me, you pardon yourself as well, and the curator will be defeated. Aren't you forgetting who he is? Like I said, he has a soft spot for the innocent. Like Miranda, like you. What if he decides to ignore it in my case? Because I was willing to give anything for raw talent. Because I aimed too high, like Faust, and like you. If he does, said Sophie, you must be prepared to fulfill the terms of your deal, to travel with him to other planes of existence and leave Earth behind. I'm afraid so, then, announced Tennant. I forgive you. I won't be afraid. I'll go where he wants me to go and learn what he wants me to go. And learn what he wants me to learn. What will you do? Sophie, tough. I'll continue to operate Cinderella's Curios as a normal shop, with no hidden fees or packs. My business with the curator will be concluded. Tennant smiled. It's a deal. Sophie's voice faded from her mind, and the two women could rest at last. What does Halloween hide? The arrival of death, the only known in a world full of unknowns. That, and hope that springs eternal. The end. I'm finished. I'm finally finished. I'm finally finished. I opened Gmail and sent this story to Gina with 5 minutes to spare. Whether or not she thinks it's fantastic is her business. She could keep me in my current place as the servant of all at Monday Macabre. But I've since discovered there are worse fates. Fates that exist beyond space, time, and horror magazines. The blood drains miraculously from the curator's watch when the hour hand reaches 12. Time for bed. New stories await, but they can wait. My work is done. Tomorrow I'll get up, get ready, push the watch button, and humbly try again. Story 2. It was midnight, and Sam Kessler was trying to believe that he was alone. He crouched against a cold tile floor and peeked out from cracked blinds, staring into the impenetrable snowstorm outside. There was nothing, no life or sound, except for the shrieking wind and the creaking of naked trees on that stormy winter night. Sam had stopped listening for the sounds of police sirens hours ago. The flurry of snow, which had greeted him upon his arrival in Massachusetts, had already begun to turn into a blizzard when he pulled off the gravel mountain road. In the icy violet dusk of the evening, it would be hours before anyone could get back on those roads. He thought he wouldn't be going to prison tonight, but this was cold comfort. He knew he had not really escaped. He wasn't safe, and he certainly wasn't alone in this shameful refuge. It was a run-down motel, lost in the back roads of western Massachusetts. And Sam Kessler was trapped there. He had spent the happiest days of his life mere miles from this with his family in distant summer days. He had proposed to his wife by the lake in what felt like a different century. He was snowbound and alone, but the memories brought a fleeting comfort. His present reality, however, could not be hidden from in the past, and Sam's reminiscing was cut short as the sound he had been dreading rang through the cell of a room. 3 knocks came at the motel door. 3 knocks came at the motel door when he peeked from his hiding spot beneath the window. Sam Kessler saw nothing but a thick blanket of snow at the doorstep. There wasn't a soul alive out there, but still, he stood unmoving, eyes fixed on the cold dark. A minute went by with nothing but the buzz of fluorescent lights and the pounding of his heart to break the silence. And then the knocking came again and again. The man did not move. Another minute went by, and then the sound came again. 3 knocks at the door, and again there was silence. Sam allowed himself to breathe. It was gone. At least for now. He knew his pursuer's patterns by heart. 3 knocks, then 3 again, and then silence for a little while. It was gone, and when he realized this, relief flooded his stiff limbs. Sam looked down at the filthy ground and slid down the plain beige wall into a crumpled heap on the cold tile floor. It wasn't long before his desperate gasps for air turned to sobs of self-pity. Sam was trapped in this room, miles away from friends or family, in a desolate motel, waiting for the thing on the other side of that door to find him. He didn't deserve this, Sam thought to himself. He knew that he was a good man, a loving husband, and a father to a wonderful son. Man, he was a pillar of the community, a small business owner, and the pastor of his local church. How could anyone believe he had done such horrible things? With shaking arms and wobbling knees, Sam pushed himself to his feet and made an attempt at rationality. He kept his back defiantly turned towards the window and folded his arms across his chest in a futile gesture of protection. The room was Spartan, the barest furnishings possible crunched between 4 fading baby blue walls and a cream-colored popcorn ceiling. To his right, there was a broken TV sitting atop a nightstand, and across from it, one uncomfortable twin bed in the center of the room. It was all lit by a single fluorescent overhead light, and this cast a hopeless pall upon the unfortunate surroundings that left the environment unsuited for hope. With his back still turned resolutely to the wall, and with more than a little trepidation, Sam slowly crossed over to the bed. The bed was entirely undisturbed. Its sheets were still made up, and its pillows untouched. In the hours since he'd entombed himself in the dingy room, he hadn't as much as sat down. He'd hardly had time to throw his suitcase on the bed before the first knocks came. His luggage spilled out over the starched white sheets. He'd brought only the things he could grab in the moments before he'd fled his home that morning. He saw crumpled khakis, a pink polo, and his wife's toothbrush among the pile. It was a motley assortment, and grabbed from the laundry in his now far-off Virginia home, hardly warm enough for the biting cold of a New England winter. He ignored it all. He had to stay focused, and every thought of home tore at his resolve. He found what he was looking for next to a stale, hours-old cup of instant coffee on the nightstand. It was the room's landline. Before the will left him, Sam quickly picked up the phone and aggressively punched in 911. It took 2 rings, and a woman's voice answered the phone. 911. What's your emergency? It was the first human voice Sam had heard all night, and at the sound of it, he choked on his words. The operator repeated her question, but by then, Sam had mustered up the last of his courage. His rusty larynx gave a sound that was something between a grunt and a dry heave as he began to speak. When at last, the air he forced out his mouth again began to resemble words. He spoke fast. Hello, my name is Sam Kessler. I'm at the motel on 13 Mountain View Road, and He trailed off as he searched for the right words to say to the dispatcher. The reality of his situation began to set in. Images of the cold gray morning began to flood back into his mind. The clump of yellow hair he had awoken to find clutched in his fist, his wife's terrified face frozen cold and pale, her wide green eyes dull and absent of light. Sam remembered searching. He remembered confusion, fear, and despair fighting within him as he tried to figure out what had happened. And then he remembered the blood on the bathroom door. He tried to block out the thought. He shut his eyes and fell silent, but it seemed as if the sight had been burned into his eyelids. The naked body of his son, his only beautiful son, laid out, red, wet, and cold, on the white tile floor. He had been butchered, mutilated beyond recognition. His little head had been smashed into a haphazard mess of flesh and bone. His ruined face stared unseeing into the ceiling, and his teeth lay shattered all around him. The boy's blue eyes, the same cornflower color as Sam's own, had been pushed into his skull by hateful and eager fingers. The only thing that could identify this body as his beloved son were the clumps of blonde hair that still clung to his desiccated scalp, the very same blonde hair that Sam had clutched in his bloody hands. Somewhere, a world away, the operator said something in words that Sam Kessler would not hear. The only thing in his world were memories and the pounding of blood in his ears. Still, the words continued, and as they came, they became demanding. Until, at last, the demands of the here and now woke him from his nightmare. Sir, are you with me? He opened his eyes, and the images were gone, vanished by the realization of what he had just done. He told them where he was, and as this fact set in, Sam was seized by panic. What had he done? They would never understand. They would never know that he had not done it, that he could never have done something like that. The woman repeated her question, but Sam had already dropped the receiver. The phone swung from its cord, and as it did, the now muffled voice repeated its unintelligible questions. In his panic and delirium, Sam did the only thing he could think to do with a single desperate motion. He pulled hard on the cord and tore the phone from its fastenings to the wall. The voice died abruptly, and Sam threw the landline across the room. As the wire tore out from the wall, it caught the little foam cup, and while it crashed to the ground, its murky contents spilled out over the bed and onto the floor. Sam fell into a crumpled, shaking heap on the cold, coffee-soaked floor. He began to cry, as he hadn't cried since he was a child. None of it was his fault, he thought, but it didn't matter. They would never believe him, and it wasn't fair. He was a good person. Why should he lose so much? Sam was racked with sobs, and the more he sobbed, the greater his self-pity grew. He clasped his hands across his eyes, shutting out all light. He wept for minutes, uncountable, until, at last, the voice of ever-watchful self-preservation tore him from the familiar warm hole of self-pity. He had told the police where he was, and Sam knew that as soon as the day broke and the snow could be cleared from the mountain path, they would be coming for him. He sobbed again and felt like crying, but he couldn't choke out any more tears. It was over. Sam knew he didn't have any more options. There was only one thing left to do. Sam rose from the pool of stagnant coffee He now walked with a surer stride than he had managed since well before that horrible morning. He was going to make everything all right. Sam stopped beside his bed and began to search through his now soaked luggage. He didn't want to do this. He had never wanted any of this, but it had all happened. Sam didn't think he should suffer for something that he was certain was not his fault. At last, his hands closed around the edges of the book he had been looking for. Before he pulled it from the depths of his suitcase, a thought crossed Sam's mind. Isn't this all a sin for a reason? No. He pushed the thought aside, and he reminded himself that he was a good person. After all, how could saving his life be a sin? And then, rejecting all doubt, Sam Kessler pulled the old book into the flickering light. It was a thin lime green paperback. The price tag still stuck across its binding, and on its front were a few simple words in a basic black font. The Lesser Key of Solomon. The book was a product of the modern world, its lettering printed en masse by unfeeling steel, but its contents were ancient. Sam thought that the book was insultingly ordinary for all the horrors it had brought upon him. When his hands brushed the yellowed pages, a giddy feeling of anticipation raced through him. The excitement felt wrong somehow. It was almost invasive, as if the feeling was not his own. He wondered again how he had come to this place. After all, he had never meant to buy the thing. It had been another capricious twist of fate that had brought this apocrypha into his hands. And then he remembered why. The sneering face of an old friend rose up from where it had been buried deep in his subconscious. Caleb, it had all been his fault. If it wasn't for that lowlife, he would never have even heard of the wretched book. If it hadn't been for him, he wouldn't be here at all. Sam was stewing now, lost in condemnation. He had abandoned his despair, and, in its place, began to take up righteous anger. He found himself on his feet, turning away from the luggage and his purpose. Sam let the book slide from his hand, and he began to pace. As the pages slid from his grasp, he felt a sharp twinge of frustration. Had he not been so consumed with assigning blame, Sam would have seen the strangeness of this. That was someone else feeling. It had come from somewhere apart and foreign to him. The invasive emotion did not break his fury, but instead, in its insidiousness, the feeling only fueled his wrath. Sam had now, without realizing it, forgotten himself. He had put aside his surroundings and turned his thoughts away from his family and what he had done to them. Instead, he thought only of the past and the bitter disappointments that lay there. Above all, he thought of the grinning face of the man he now held responsible for all of this. Sam remembered now. He had been in college, studying theology in New York City, when he had encountered it for the first time. It had been in an antique bookstore on the Upper West Side, sandwiched between a deli and a movie theater. The interior was squat and cramped, the walls obscured entirely by unending rows of faded old tomes. The books spilled out onto tables and even the floor. Everything in sight had been covered in a blanket of dust. The place had an ancient feeling to it, one that wasn't helped by the musty old man at the register. The geriatric clerk sat in almost perfect stillness, his lips pursed behind a tangled gray beard and his small glassy eyes staring unblinkingly at the wall. It was a miserable place, and one that Sam had not wanted to go to. He had a terribly important test he hadn't studied for, but Caleb had insisted. Caleb was his roommate and his only erstwhile friend in the city. Sam remembered he had liked the boy at the time. His unkempt brown hair and easy smile had put him at ease, and his half-clever opportunistic jokes had endeared him to the teenager. Caleb was always laughing, and when Sam was younger, it was what he had loved best about his friend. Now, the memory of the insipid cackling inspired only revulsion. Caleb had suggested the place. Sam knew he shouldn't have gone, but it didn't matter because, as in all things at the time, he had followed his friend. They had spent the better part of an afternoon in that dusty bookshop. Caleb engrossed in the esoterica, Sam listless and bored. By the end of the visit, as if by chance, Caleb had pulled the damn thing from beneath a teetering stack of old books. "Do you know what this is?" his friend had asked him. And of course, he hadn't and shook his head. This is the original demonology. This stuff is the real deal, man. Sam had rolled his eyes at that, and he told Caleb to shut the heck up. But Caleb had insisted. I'm serious, man. It's supposed to be the same incantations King Solomon himself used to summon all his demons. That was too much for Sam, and he said as much. King Solomon's got nothing to do with demons. That's some nonsense. Caleb's eyes had gleamed at that, and as he remembered that, Sam grew all the angrier. Well, if you don't believe me, why don't you buy it and take a look? Maybe you can even find a demon that can take that final for you. Sam had laughed. At the time it seemed funny, and the book had only been $5. Fine, I'll read it, but I know you're messing with me. At that, Caleb had only shrugged and led the way to the register, a stack of old books under his arm. That had been the last time Sam ever saw the idiot. Now, alone in a motel room hundreds of miles from home, he wished he'd never listened to it. Sam hated his old friend and felt perfectly justified in that. It was Caleb's fault, not his. The death of his family, the police pursuit, everything. Of course, it wasn't Sam's fault, he thought to himself. He was a good man, and no good man would do these things on his own. Sam began to think he was the victim of a terrible crime, and he seethed against the long-dead criminal at whose feet he placed the blame. He had been isolated in cold despair, but now he wrapped himself in a blanket of hate. He didn't need to think anymore. He didn't need to worry about his actions. He knew who was responsible for this, and it wasn't himself. He could go to his grave or his jail cell knowing his innocence, content in his righteousness. Safe in this certainty, Sam Kessler would have waited all night and into the dawn for the police to come. But it was not to be. As he sunk into the coffee-soaked carpet, the book clutched tight to his chest. 3 knocks came at the door. Sam froze in place immediately, and the hot certainty of hate fled his body in the face of terror. It was back. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew it would be. The knocks had come every hour since he'd woken that morning. First at this bedroom door, then at the rest stop bathroom, and again, even amidst the howling blizzard. He counted the seconds. Every time it was exactly 60 silent seconds, and it came again. He waited, but as the seconds crawled by, Sam noticed something had changed. In place of the deceptive quiet, he heard something distinct beyond the distant howling wind. He heard the murmuring of voices. It was muffled and far off, but it was unmistakable. There were voices at the door. Sam could make out the voices. The words were muffled and only just outside comprehension. But it did not matter. Sam recognized these voices, and he did not need to understand what they said to know what they wanted. He buried his head in his hands. Sam was determined not to listen. It did not matter. Even in the solitude of his own mind, he could only think of one thing. The book, the handwritten note, and his terrible mistake that night, 20 years ago. He should have never touched the book, and for a while he hadn't. It had sat, forgotten in his dorm, underneath a stack of hardly opened and thoroughly unused textbooks for weeks. He'd only ever picked it up again on a whim. It was a week before his midterms, and he hadn't been prepared. He'd spent his time frivolously, and the balance was about to be due, but with a week still left, Sam wasn't ready to begin seriously studying. Instead of getting to work, he remembered his roommate's comment in the bookstore. Maybe you can even find a demon that can take that final for you. He hadn't thought it would work. Sam knew that if he had known, he'd have never done it. After all, he was a good man, and a man of God. Certainly not the type of person to summon demons. Still, his regrets couldn't change the past. Caleb had been visiting his family that weekend, and so, with the room to himself, Sam had followed his friend's ill-given advice. He had rifled through the little book without care or concern for its content, and he laughed to himself as he saw the fantastical names and sigils that accompanied the registry of demon princes. Beleth, Lord of Desire; Forneus, who giveth knowledge of tongues; Astaroth, who processes the knowledge of science. The list was amusing, but none of these things could help him. Sam had been about to put down the book when he discovered a particularly worn page. It was earmarked and ragged, as if the previous owner had returned to it many, many times. On this page were a name and a title: Naberius, the 24th Spirit and Marquise of Hell. Beneath the name was a sigil for summoning and a description. It read, "He maketh men cunning in all arts and sciences, but especially in the art of rhetoric." Then Sam noticed something else. Cramped into the margins of the book were handwritten notes. The words were written in striking and elegant form, and Sam recognized them immediately. These were instructions, detailed instructions on how to summon the demon Naberius and the incantation he would need to do so. This was exactly what Sam had been looking for, and so he read on. He saw that, as with all the other demons he had, without any serious intent or regard for his actions, he began to read through the instructions. All he needed to do was draw a sigil, recite some words, and light a few candles. It was just simple enough that he could justify throwing away the time on what he had been certain would amount to just another idle diversion. The sigil was impossibly complicated. It wasn't the simple pentagram or upside-down cross that he assumed he would have to draw. The sigil was intricate, made up of many intersecting and deliberate pen strokes. Sam thought it looked a little like the neck of a guitar laid across train tracks. He tried to copy it out correctly, and what he produced was just similar enough to the icon in the old book that he could accept it. Next, Sam read out the incantation. Whatever the words were, they weren't in English, nor Latin as far as he could tell. Not that it mattered to him at the time. Sam rehearsed the strange phrase twice before he felt confident he could remember it. And then he lit the candles, closed the blinds, and turned out the lights. He had felt silly there, sitting alone in the candlelight. He knew that if Caleb had come back early to see him like this, he'd never live it down. The thought of this almost drove him to put out the candles and drop the whole damn thing. As he remembered that awful night, Sam wished he had done just that. He hadn't stopped, though. There was something about the alluring blackness and the shimmering candlelight that drew him in. It was all too perfect, so fitting to the moment. The shadows cast swayed like worshippers at a Sunday service, and Sam had felt himself moving with them. When he spoke the incantation, it felt so natural, like breathing, so perfect. As soon as the rehearsed and half-remembered spell left his lips, Sam had felt as if he would burst. That it would work. It had to work. But at that moment, it didn't seem to. He had waited a minute, then a minute more, and nothing happened. Sam was about to get up when it came for the first time. 3 knocks from inside his closet door. When he had heard the knocks for the first time, Sam had choked. His breath caught in his throat, and his heart seemed to stop for a moment as his body adjusted to the impossible. He waited, frozen in place for a whole minute. His only thought was, how? How could this be happening? It was impossible. It simply could not be. Sam refused to believe it, and he decided that he must have been losing his mind. Then 3 knocks came again and shattered the sweet illusion of insanity. He had to accept his new reality. The impossible had happened. All he could do was respond to it, and so Sam gave the only answer he could think of. With trembling lips and a shaking voice, he mustered his reply. "Amik, come in." With those words, Sam bid the thing in the closet entry. The hinges creaked as the door slowly opened, and out stepped his visitor. He heard the slapping sound of bare feet on the wood floor of his dorm room. Sam kept his eyes fixed downward. He had a strange feeling that if he looked up, something terrible would happen. Still, as the footsteps grew closer, He could not look away from the glimpse he had. He saw long, pale legs bulging with throbbing black-blue veins. The creature advanced towards him, and as it did, Sam's heart began to pound. He felt something cold and dead touch his head. As the thing ran its long fingers through his short hair, it spoke with 3 voices and with one. The first he heard was a woman's, soft and inviting like the first warm day of spring. "Hello, Samuel," it continued, the woman's gentle tone fading, replaced by the sunny voice of a small boy. It spoke in a cheery tone, one that would have inspired delight had its cold dead hand not been resting upon his head. "Why have you called us here? Tell us what you desire, and we shall make it so." Then came another voice. It was an old man, stern, but somehow almost kind. "All we ask is a simple price, a single night to walk within your skin." Sam remained silent. He knew that he could never agree to this. Everything within him railed against the unnatural cost. The demon did not wait for an answer. It spoke. Now, with all its tongues at once, it asked, "Tell us, what is your desire?" Sam paused. He heard something new. Beneath the overlapping words of the 3 voices, he heard a 4th. It was monotone, and it was cruel. This was the steady voice of a predator. The wrongness of it all was palpable. The air was sick, and his blood ran cold. But somehow he answered. Against all logic and against all faith, he gave his bargain and stammered out, "A test. I need to pass my next test." The wrongness, it seemed such a trifling matter, so small a thing for such a price. The demon did not react, did not question his request. It only said in its voice of 3 and 1, "So it has been asked, and so it shall be done. Sleep tonight, and when you awake in 2 days' time, the price will be paid, and you shall have what you desire." And with that, the creature was gone, without sound or movement. It simply faded into the night, leaving Sam entirely alone. Something within Sam left with the demon, dissipated into the stale air. All he had left to do that night was fulfill his end of the bargain. He had slept, and 2 days later, when he awoke, everything was different. No clear sign of change was present, nothing to indicate what had happened while his body had left him. But Sam knew that everything was different. He had spent that morning in a daze. When he returned to class, he was greeted by another student, tears in her eyes. She told him that Caleb was dead, that he had killed himself, and although he denied it all the rest of his life, Sam knew that Caleb had done no such thing. Sam never attended his friend's funeral, and in the months to pass hardly ever spared a thought for him. When he thought of Caleb at all, it was in his moments of despair. When late at night, he fell deep into his familiar pit of cold self-hatred. In that pit, he discovered hate, and he wrapped himself in it. Sam began to hate Caleb, and he blamed him for ever encountering the demon Nibirius. As he came to know this hatred for his dead friend, he forgot his shame and his sins. Sam decided that he himself was not to blame. He was the victim of circumstance, and there was no need to think about it any longer. He had regained his certainty, but in those many weeks of shame and recrimination, Sam had once again fallen behind in his studies. His final exams were not a week away, and he had no chance of passing. When he discovered his needful state, the visitor came again. 3 knocks had come at the door, and Sam, this time without hesitation, opened the door. It went on that way for years. Sam would fall into desperation. The knocks would come, and he would make a deal, each and every time he would sleep. And when he woke, he would have everything he wanted. He stopped needing to work or to worry. He had only to open the door, and he would get his heart's desire. But there was always a price. Every time he woke, Sam would know that something terrible had happened. People would go missing. First, it was his classmates, but soon it would be his friends. They would suffer an accident or be found to have killed themselves. Sam never blamed himself. He always reassured himself that the beast was to blame. He was just another victim. In all the years since that night, Sam had rationalized his actions. He had only been 19, just a child. And children do stupid things. Now, alone and hunted, he wondered if any of these qualifiers mattered in the face of what had happened. He had built his life on his dealings with the creature that now waited in the storm. His scholarships, his business, and even his position as deacon of the church were all owed to the three voices in one. His family had been the only thing that Sam had created himself. And now, even they were gone. He had kissed his wife and laid his son to bed the same night that he had traded away their lives. He had been having an affair with one of his flock. The red-haired woman had been a faithful member of his church for years and a friend of his wife. The woman had begun to harbor doubts, and she'd told Sam that she was going to come clean. His life was on the precipice of destruction, and it was all his fault. He had been desperate, and with the dreadful need came a familiar sound. 3 sharp knocks at the bedroom door. Sam had made the deal eagerly that night. He had convinced himself that everything was going to be okay, but somewhere forgotten and boarded up inside himself, he knew what he had traded away. The rest of his family was gone, all dead in terrible accidents and senseless tragedies. His wife and son were all that was left. Sam was alone now. There was nothing left. His whole world was inside 4 faded blue walls and a popcorn ceiling. All that was left outside was the storm and the beast in the night. He didn't even have his hatred or guiding self-righteousness. He had remembered his long-dead friend for the first time in many years. In the clarity of the memory, nothing was left but the truth. When Sam looked down at his manicured hands and well-kept nails, all he could see anymore was dried blood and clumps of blonde hair beneath his fingernails. At last, he realized it was all his own fault. The thought struck him with the leaden weight. It was all his fault. Nothing had mattered since that night 20 years ago. Everything since had been a drawn-out fantasy. There was nothing left for him but despair and the full weight of what he had done. Sam had no anger left. He didn't want to fight. He only wanted out. Sam wanted to leave the dream. He needed to forget it all and give up the ghost. He knew what would come next, and as soon as he thought it out, 3 sharp knocks came at the door. 3 came, and 3 again, but they did not stop there. The murmuring voices were raised. A chorus of whispers came from beyond the door. 1,000 senseless speakers united in hunger. The wind picked up, and the knocking did not stop. 3 and 3 again. It went on beyond counting. The wind howled and beat against the walls and windows. Sam gave a last look around the room, at the cell phone lying in a heap on the floor, at the coffee-stained sheets and broken television. This is what his deal had made him. This desolate motel room in the backcountry of Massachusetts was the measure of his life. Sam couldn't bear it any longer. He picked himself off the floor, stood up straight, and for the first time, without any illusions, Sam Kessler answered the door. Story 3, Fabled Oaks Elementary School, 1998. The bell rang out through the corridors and classrooms of Fabled Oaks Elementary School, signaling the end of another day for the children and teachers within. Okay, kids, that's the bell. Okay, kids, that's the bell. Sarah Rogers stood up from her desk and made the announcement to her 2nd grade class, who had already started packing up their things. Don't forget your homework for tomorrow. Write out one rule you have to follow at home, and why you think it's a good idea to follow it. A couple of the kids looked up at Sarah and nodded or smiled politely. Michael Redmond kept his eyes on the floor, slung his bag over his shoulder, and made a beeline for the classroom door. Sarah moved to stop him, crouching down to his level. "Did you hear that, Michael?" she inquired sweetly. Michael stopped, but didn't look up from the floor. "Yes, Miss Rogers," he mumbled. "For tomorrow, yes, Michael?" Michael scuffed his foot on the classroom carpet. "Yes, Miss Rogers," he repeated in an identical mumble. Sarah placed a hand on Michael's shoulder in an effort to at least inspire some eye contact. It didn't work. It said just few sentences, no more than half a page. "Ask for your mom for help if you get in a bind, okay?" Michael stood in silence with his eyes still fixed on the floor, waiting to be dismissed. Sarah stood up and stepped out of his way. "Go on home now, Michael, and you have a great evening." She tried to sound as chirpy as possible, but couldn't help letting out a heavy sigh as Michael hurried out of her classroom and down the corridor. Stepping out into the crisp winter afternoon, Sarah breathed in the fresh air. She watched all the parents gathering kids into their arms, wrangling them into cars or forcing on gloves and scarves for the walk home. Sarah wrapped her own scarf around her neck and strode off towards her apartment. It was only around a 15-minute walk back home, but Sarah relished the opportunity for some time to herself, to get a little exercise and listen to her Walkman. Today, however, she couldn't help thinking about little Michael Redmond as she walked among the bare trees that lined the picturesque streets of fabled oaks. Of course she'd taught quiet kids before, daydreamers and artistic types, but they usually came at least a little out of their shell after a few months. Michael had come into her class nervous and introverted, and had remained that way for the 7 months she'd taught him. She wasn't aware of any problems at home, though she'd never met his mom. His dad seemed pretty together, providing a stable home with his stable job. There was just no reason for Michael to be quite as distant as he was, save for the fact he might just be a weird kid, which was of course okay as far as Sarah was concerned. Most famous and well-respected singers, actors, and artists claimed to have been weird kids at school. He probably had a lifetime of greatness to look forward to, just as long as he wasn't being bullied, wasn't being damaged at school, or at home. These thoughts stayed with Sarah right up to the door of her apartment, but they were immediately pushed from her mind when her roommate Ryan swung open the slab of bleached wood and grabbed her by the shoulders. "He called this afternoon?" he cried theatrically before practically dragging Sarah over to the answering machine. He forced her down into a chair and then sat opposite her, a captive audience. Sarah reached out and pressed play on the machine. What followed was a message from a man named Derek, with whom Sarah had been on 2 dates. They'd gone well, and now Derek was asking if he could come over on Friday night and cook her a romantic meal. The message ended and Ryan waited expectantly for a reaction. "Okay, cool," was Sarah's muted response. "Okay, cool?" Ryan flew up from his chair. "Okay, cool?" he repeated incredulously. "This is the 3rd date, Rogers. The 3rd date." Ryan clapped his hands together with glee as Sarah stood up and started taking off her coat and scarf. "So?" she replied, uninterested. "So?" Ryan marched over to the window and flung it open. "Let the world rejoice. Let the world rejoice. This Friday, the great dry spell of 1997 to 1998 will finally be broken." "Ryan!" Sarah switched into teacher mode as she told him off and slammed the window shut. "Our neighbors already hate us," she snapped. "Our neighbors already hate us," she snapped. "No, Sarah, they hate me. They pity you, because they're all closed-minded bigots." Ryan made a point of raising his voice and angling its direction towards the wall as he said the last 3 words. Sarah threw a pillow at him, shushing him aggressively. "Be more excited, Sarah," was Ryan's giddy response. "My God, do you need this?" Sarah flopped down on the sofa and finally let a smile spread across her face. "Yes!" Ryan cheered. "Stay right there, I'm making celebratory spaghetti." Sarah sank back into the cushions. She'd always prided herself on the fact that she didn't need a boyfriend to be happy, and while that fact still remained, it had felt like a long year. Derek seemed fun, and Sarah would be the first to admit that she could really use some fun in her life. At 3 o'clock the next day, the bell rang out again and again. The kids in Sarah's 2nd grade class began packing up to go home for the night. Anyone who hasn't handed in their homework yet needs to do so before they leave. Sarah called out over the rumble of chairs scraping across floors and books being shoved into bags. Everyone handed in their sheets of paper and left in a hurry, eager to get home to their comic books and cartoons. Sarah would not be leaving so soon, choosing to grade the aforementioned homework in the peace and quiet of her classroom, away from Ryan and his distractions. She didn't read the papers in the order they were handed in. Instead, she went straight for Michael Redmond's, eager to get a further insight into his home life. She found it near the bottom of the pile, scrawled in red pen. At home, I have to eat all of my vegetables. I think this is a good rule because even though I don't like vegetables, Mommy says, if I don't eat them, the ghost of Lisa Lynn will come to my room at night and pull out all my teeth and my tongue for not looking after them. I like my teeth and my tongue, so I think it is a good rule. Sarah shuddered as she read the words, even more so when she saw the macabre drawing at the bottom of the page. Still in stark red biro, scribbled with violent strokes, was a woman crawling across a floor on all fours. She had messy, thin hair hanging limply over her face, and her mouth was gaping wide open, filled in with nothing but red spirals. Sarah was all for using a child's imagination to drive home important life lessons. But this seemed a cautionary tale too far, in her opinion. She tried to work out if Michael's mother had helped him write the piece, whether she knew this was what his teacher was going to read. The grammar was fine, but Michael was a smart kid who was capable of writing at this level on his own. Had he made up the story? For many other kids, Sarah might not have been so worried about the thought, but stories that dark coming from kids as introverted as Michael were usually not a good sign. Sarah put the paper aside and tried to push those thoughts from her head while she graded the others. Have you ever heard of Lisa Lynn? Sarah asked Ryan as he emerged out of the kitchen clutching 2 glasses of red wine. Is she the guy who's going to bring you back from the land of sexual repression? Ryan smiled as he handed Sarah a glass. No? Let's talk about Derek instead then. Have you called him back? Sarah knew she wasn't going to be able to breach any other topic with Ryan until they'd laid that one to rest, so she obliged. Yes, I called him at lunchtime. He's coming over tomorrow to cook me a meal. Ryan stamped his feet with glee. Huh, and you'll shave every inch of my body below the neck tonight, yes? Sarah cut in. And you'll make sure I'm not here from tomorrow lunchtime to Saturday afternoon, Ryan responded in kind. They took a moment to look at each other in shared excitement before Sarah pulled the conversation back. So, Lisa Lynn, ever heard the name before? She asked, taking a sip from her glass. Ryan thought for a moment, before his eyes widened just a little, and he opened his mouth to speak. Serious answers only, please. Sarah cut him off again. Ryan faked a frown before seriously considering the question. Are we talking someone from school? Work? Mutual friend? Long-lost cousin? A surprisingly valid question. At least he was taking this seriously. We're talking urban legends, cautionary tales, that kind of thing. Like Bloody Mary or the Sandman, Sarah replied. Ryan was suddenly a little more interested. Oh, can't say I have. What's her deal? Say her name 3 times, and she appears and eats you. Ryan was seriously into urban legends, so his lack of knowledge concerning this particular one suggested it probably hadn't reached an audience any wider than the Redman family. Close, kind of. Sarah took another sip of wine as Ryan leaned in, relishing the idea of a new tale he could tell at Halloween parties. She visits you if you don't eat your vegetables, and she pulls out all your teeth and your tongue. Ryan fell back in his chair in a fit of giggles. But lots of people don't eat their vegetables. Pretty crappy story if you ask me. Most people will know it's not true straight away. Lots of people never eat any vegetables? Sarah commented dryly. And are there any urban legends that anyone actually believes? Yes, Sarah. This is America, Ryan shot back. And have you ever said Candyman 5 times in a row? Sarah didn't respond, which was enough of an answer for Ryan. Exactly. He laughed triumphantly before standing up and heading to the kitchen to fill his empty glass. Maybe she only appears once you know about her? Like there's no excuse after that? He suggested as he came back into the living room with full glass and a fresh bottle. Where did you hear about her anyway? One of the kids wrote about her in a homework assignment. Ryan stopped mid-movement. Jesus, Sarah, what was the assignment? You teach second grade, right? Sarah laughed, and Ryan seemed pleased with the reaction. Realizing she was worried, he decided to cheer her up. It was about writing a rule that they have to follow at home, and why they think it's a good one to follow. This kid Michael wrote about his mom making him eat his veggies, so Lisa Lynn would come and do her thing. Ryan began to put together why she was so worried. Wow, that's kinda messed up, he observed. What's the kid like? Who, Michael? He's small, introverted, quiet. Sarah sighed. Ain't it always the quiet ones? Ryan growled like a hard-boiled detective, managing to extract another little laugh out of Sarah. You think he made it up? Pretty dark for an 8-year-old? You'd be surprised at the kind of shit 8-year-olds can conjure up out of their twisted little minds. Sarah laughed again, but then her face dropped a little. If it was any other kid, I wouldn't be worried. From any other kid, it'd be a joke, seeing how far they could push the boundaries, you know? But Michael's different. Sarah looked down at her wine, lost in thought. You're gonna call his mom, right? Ryan asked. Sarah snapped back to reality. I think I have to, don't you? Her eyes searched for reassurance. I most definitely do, Ryan obliged. Sarah stood up, headed for the phone. You were gonna call now. Ryan gestured at the bottle and the empty glass in front of Sarah's chair. Yeah, I'm fine. Plus I won't be able to concentrate on anything else till I sort this out. Sarah dialed for the operator and looked out the window onto the street while she waited for an answer. Hi. Can you connect me to the Redmond household, please? In Fabled Oaks? Yes. She twisted the phone cord between her fingers while she waited to be connected. Hello, came the voice on the other end of the line. This is Harry Redmond. Who's this? Hello, Mr. Redmond. Sarah's phone voice was soft but professional. This is Sarah Rogers. I'm Michael's second grade teacher. Hello, Sarah. Am I okay to call you Sarah? Please call me Harry. His voice was warm and friendly, as he had been the few times he and Sarah had met previously. Of course, Harry. How are you? I was wondering if I might speak to Michael's mother. Sarah cut straight to the chase. She hated talking to parents about kids' issues. Oh, we're all fine, thanks, but Rachel can't come to the phone at the moment. She can't come to the phone. Is there anything I can help you with? Harry's tone was suspicious. Suddenly his warmth wasn't so easily felt. It's just a little question about a homework piece Michael wrote. Sarah tried to retain her composure through the conversation's sudden shift in tone. She looked around at Ryan, who responded with an encouraging thumbs up. It would actually be great if I could meet with her in person to talk about it. Could she come in after school on Monday? She wouldn't come into the school. As Harry said the words, Sarah could hear a strange noise coming from the other end of the line, as if someone else in the room was groaning. Trying to ignore the disturbing sounds, Sarah pressed on. She wouldn't come into the school? May I ask why not? She asked. Harry struggled to make himself heard over the groaning. It was as if someone was trying to talk to him, but didn't have the capacity to form the words properly. I mean, she wouldn't wait until Monday. Could she see you tomorrow? He asked, distracted. Sarah sighed in frustration, remembering her plans with Derek. I'm afraid I have to be back home as soon as school finishes tomorrow. The noise on the other end of the phone got louder. Could she drop by your house then? Harry asked blithely, as if he didn't realize the irregularity of his question. It took Sarah aback, and she answered without thinking. I suppose. I live pretty close to the school. The Pine Grove, apartment 203. She regretted the words as soon as she said them. That's great. She'll come over around 3:30. Harry's full concentration was still focused elsewhere as the moaning continued. Okay, tell her I'll see her then. Harry hung up without saying goodbye. Sarah stood for a moment, phone still at her ear, unsure of what to do next. Well, that sounded odd. Ryan's observations snapped Sarah out of the confused daze the conversation had left her in. Am I right to think you just asked this kid's mom to come here? The same evening? You were supposed to be entertaining Derek? His tone was almost accusatory. Well, I couldn't wait around at school for her. Sarah snapped back. And why is waiting around here any better? Ryan still sounded like he was telling her off, and Sarah raised her voice and sharpened her tone in response. Because I can be tidying and getting ready while I wait, and as soon as she's gone, I don't have to make time to get home or anything. I can just be getting ready. She was coming up with excuses as she was saying them, afraid to admit that there was no reasoning behind her decision to have Michael's mom over to the apartment. She just panicked and agreed to it out of politeness. Besides, what do you care? You won't be here, remember? Sarah was shouting now, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the phone and waved it in Ryan's direction. Yeah, I'll be at Kate's house. Ryan was shouting right back at Sarah. If you're still cozying up with this kid's mom when Derek gets here, send him over to me. I'll make sure he doesn't waste any more of his time. He swiped the wine glasses from the table and stormed out of the room. What's that supposed to mean? Sarah shouted after him, but it was too late. He'd already left her company. The next day at school was much like any other. Fridays were always harder because the kids knew it was the weekend soon, so they were more easily distracted, more excitable. Sarah did her best to try and teach them something through the constant hum of chat and giggling. But she too was preoccupied. Her phone conversation the previous night still had her spooked. Something was seriously off with Harry Redmond. And that groaning noise. That horrible groaning noise. That horrible groaning noise. Sarah could still hear it as she closed her eyes. It wasn't like someone in pain or anything. It was just like they were trying to communicate with Harry, or whoever else was in the room. It was high-pitched, like a woman or a child's voice, and it was calm, like someone slowly and methodically trying to form words without the proper capacity to do so. Like someone trying to talk without a tongue. The thought hit Sarah in the middle of third period. Harry had originally said that his wife wouldn't come to the school. But even when Sarah questioned it, he had simply suggested meeting on a different day. It was Sarah who said she couldn't meet at the school that evening. But Harry had never suggested meeting at the school. He did suggest meeting at her apartment, though, away from the judging eyes of the public. Why would Michael's mother be afraid to meet in public? Who's making those strange sounds on the other end of the phone? Sarah was suddenly terrified of meeting with Michael's mother. She didn't want to hear any more about what Lisa Lynn might do if you don't eat your vegetables, especially if she might hear the story told by someone with first-hand experience. You think a ghost took this kid's mother's teeth? Sasha handed Sarah a strong coffee and sat down opposite her, shifting uncomfortably in the cheap, itchy armchair that had occupied the staff room since the school was built in 1964. Are you sleeping enough? Sarah couldn't help but laugh at herself. Hearing it laid out in plain English, she realized how ridiculous she was being. After hearing it out loud. No, I don't believe that. She looked down at her coffee nervously, swirling the liquid around and staring into the blackness. She was telling the truth. She didn't believe Lisa Lynn had visited Michael's mother. So why did she still have a knot in her stomach? You don't even know that was her making noises on the phone, right? Sasha asked. No, I guess I don't, Sarah replied. So there's a pretty strong chance that this woman will come to your house tonight. Get offended that you're either questioning her parenting methods or calling her child a psycho, and leave mumbling something about moving schools, right? Right. That particular scenario didn't exactly make Sarah feel better. Worst case scenario? Sasha continued. It was her making weird noises in the phone, and she hasn't got any teeth or a tongue. She probably lost them in a horrific accident, and now struggles through life without the ability to talk or chew properly. The one silver lining being that she can use her disfigurement to make her kid eat his vegetables. Sasha stopped and took a moment to lean in and make eye contact with Sarah. Remember, I'm making this up. I don't believe any of this is true for a second. Point made, she leaned back into her armchair again. So you have to make it through an awkward evening of trying to communicate with this woman, whilst making it seem like her total lack of oral furniture doesn't totally freak you out. That's all you'd have to do. Sarah smiled timidly and looked out through the window at all the children on their lunch break, running around in the playground, not a care in the world. Sasha reached out and touched her arm gently. You won't have to do any of that, Sarah. Sarah, this kid's mother is going to be a normal, functioning human who thinks her horror stories teach her kids more lessons than you do. Just like all the others. For the first time that day, Sarah felt okay about the whole situation. It was a talent of Sasha's, rationalizing and explaining things clearly and honestly. It's what made her a phenomenal teacher, despite her rampant pessimism. Sarah had called to try and cancel the meeting several times throughout the morning, but there was never any answer at the Redmond house. Sasha's pep talk had put her mind at ease dramatically, but given the choice, she would still rather not go through with the meeting. When 3 o'clock rolled around and school finished for the week, Sarah checked in at reception to see if anyone had called back to confirm the cancellation. A frail shake of the head from the ancient receptionist dashed any of her last hopes, and she resigned herself to the fact she'd have to find out in person whether her hunch about Michael's mother was right. She watched Michael as he left school to see if anyone came to pick him up, but he got on the bus with the other kids as usual. She didn't listen to her Walkman on the journey home. She just thought about Michael and Lisa Lynn. Or rather, she thought about Michael's mother and Lisa Lynn. She got home around 3:20 and busied herself with some tidying, although to Ryan's credit, he'd done a pretty good job of clearing tables and washing dishes before he left. Sarah hoped that meant they were okay after last night's argument. 3:30 came and went with no visitors at the door. Sarah's hands began to shake less as she allowed herself to think that maybe Michael's mother had got one of the messages she'd left. Maybe she wasn't coming after all. The knock came at 3:53. Sarah's heart jumped into her throat as the sound of the banging shot right through her. She took a minute to calm her breathing and straighten herself out before answering the door. As she got closer, the banging suddenly stopped. The visitor obviously saw Sarah's shadow through the peephole or heard her footsteps. Nothing too weird or out of the ordinary there. It was the sound that could be heard now that the banging had ceased that put Sarah's teeth on edge. Through the door she could hear a low rasping noise, strained and sinister, getting louder and faster. Knowing full well she'd lose her nerve if she listened to the noise any longer, Sarah steeled herself and opened the door. The woman standing on the other side was small and slender, and she looked to be in her early 40s. She was dressed conservatively and smiled sheepishly but sweetly when Sarah reached out to shake her hand. Hi there. You must be Rachel, Michael's mother. Is it okay if I call you Rachel? The woman gave a small shrug as she smiled again and nodded. Please come in. I'm hoping this won't take long. I just want to quickly talk to you about a homework paper Michael wrote this week. Rachel entered the apartment as she was ushered in and sat in a chair at the dining table. Sarah was gesturing too. Can I get you a tea or coffee? Sarah asked. Rachel shook her head but still didn't say anything. Okay then, let's get straight to it. Sarah tried to sound upbeat as she retrieved Michael's homework from her bag and sat down next to Rachel. But the only thought swirling around in her head was that Rachel had not said a single word since arriving at the apartment. Sarah handed over the paper and waited for Rachel to read it. A few minutes passed, and Rachel was still staring at the piece of paper in front of her. So Sarah decided to cut in before the meeting dragged on too long. It's not down to me to tell you how to teach your children valuable lessons, Mrs. Redmond. I just wanted to check that you were aware of this, and that it's not something we need to worry about. Michael seems to be a very sensitive child, and Sarah suddenly noticed the look of satisfaction on Rachel's face, as she seemed to be reading the paper over and over again. I'm guessing from your reaction that you know about this. That's all fine then, I suppose? Sarah asked hopefully. She was relieved that further discussion might not be needed. but Rachel's expression of grim pleasure was hugely unnerving. Rachel put the paper down and smiled, nodding again. Sarah smiled back and let out a small, polite laugh. I'm guessing such a tale really works. Michael always eats his vegetables. Rachel nodded again and started to laugh with Sarah. A slow, low laugh from deep in her throat. Did you come up with the story yourself? Sarah wasn't laughing anymore. She couldn't. Rachel's laugh was far too sinister. Her heart started beating faster as the laugh got louder, surging up through Rachel's throat and forcing her lips open. Rachel started tapping the piece of paper with her finger, then pointing at her own chest with the same finger, nodding, laughing, her mouth opening wider and wider as her laughing grew more violent. It soon opened wide enough to reveal 2 rows of empty gums, surrounding a hole where her tongue should be. Sarah just sat, frozen to her chair as Rachel laughed her guttural, toothless, tongueless laugh. She maintained eye contact, rocking back and forth as she tapped the piece of paper on the table, then tapped her chest triumphantly. When Sarah couldn't take any more, she stood up abruptly, marched over to the door, and flung it open, gesturing for Rachel to leave. Well, I think that's everything, Mrs. Redmond. I'll let you get back to your evening, she said briskly. Rachel rose slowly from her chair, her laugh dying down back into her throat as she shuffled out towards the open door. She stopped in the hallway and turned back to Sarah, croaking something at her in a low, but somehow familiar moan. Through her toothless gums, the words were almost comprehensible as she repeated them again for Sarah's benefit. It sounded like she was trying to say, "Take it from me, it's a very good rule." Sarah screwed her mouth shut and slammed the door, fighting back tears. She immediately went for the phone, dialing the only person she felt she could talk to about what had just happened. Hello? It was such a relief to hear a familiar voice as Ryan's friend, Kate, answered the phone. Hi, Kate, it's Sarah. Is Ryan there? Could you put him on, please? Sarah tried to sound as normal as possible, but her voice quivered through the sobs trying to escape her lungs. Oh, sure. Everything okay, Sarah? Kate could obviously tell it wasn't. Yeah, everything's fine, don't worry. I've just got something I need to tell Ryan. Sarah heard Kate put the phone down and call for Ryan, who picked up soon after. Sarah? What's up? Has something happened with Derek? Sarah let out a small laugh. She'd completely forgotten about Derek. I don't think that Lisa Lynn thing is an urban legend, Ryan. I think Michael's mom knows about her from personal experience. Sarah could hear how crazy she sounded as she said the words. She was only half joking. What? Lisa Lynn. It really wasn't what Ryan was expecting to hear. I just met with Michael's mom. She didn't have any teeth or a tongue. Sarah felt herself calming down just from the act of telling another person what had happened. There was a long pause on the other end of the phone before Ryan suddenly remembered their conversation from the previous night. Because she didn't eat her vegetables, he whispered, almost in awe of the revelation. Because she didn't eat her vegetables, Sarah repeated, or she was in a car accident or something. Ryan laughed at the bluntness of Sarah's explanation, but Sarah didn't join in. So she made up the story so she could use the disfigurement to really drive home the point. That's pretty smart, you gotta admit. Sarah allowed herself a small chuckle. It also explains why you'd never heard the story before. There was a moment of satisfied silence as the puzzle pieces aligned. Sarah broke it when she glanced back over at the table and saw Michael's homework still sitting on it. I just really wish you were here right now, Ryan. She was terrifying. Ouch! Don't think you can say that about cripples, Sarah. Ryan laughed. I don't think you can call them cripples either, Ryan. Fair point. But isn't Derek gonna be there soon anyway? Sarah glanced at the clock. Damn! Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, Ryan. Sarah slammed down the phone, thoughts of accidents and disfigurements quickly fleeing her mind as she ran into the bathroom to get ready. When Sarah stepped out of the shower, she could hear the phone ringing in the living room. She squelched through, wrapping a towel around her as she went. Hello? Sarah balanced the phone between her chin and shoulder as she started drying her legs. Hi. Is this Sarah? Michael's teacher. Came the voice on the other end of the phone. Yep, this is Sarah. Who's this, please? Sarah replied. This is Rachel, Michael's mother. I'm so sorry, I just checked our machine and heard your messages. I didn't even know we were supposed to be meeting today. Sarah stopped drying her legs. Did you make the appointment with my husband? He's been so preoccupied with our daughter Megan. I've been working late and has been looking after her. I'm afraid he completely forgot to tell me I was supposed to be seeing you. That's okay, Mrs. Redmond. Sarah's mind was whirring, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Oh, please, call me Rachel. What was the meeting about anyway? Suddenly, the same moaning from Sarah's conversation with Harry started up on the other end of the phone. It gave Sarah chills as she remembered that woman's parting words, spluttered out through an empty mouth. Sorry about all the noise, Sarah. Rachel chuckled down the phone. That's Megan. She's just learning she can make sounds, but it's not quite words yet. It just sounds like someone trying to talk without a tongue or any teeth. Sarah cut in, without thinking. Out of context, it was a pretty strange thing to say, and it had led to a long, awkward pause before Rachel made the connection. Is that what this is about? Michael's homework paper about the rule? Sarah didn't answer, which Rachel took as her cue to explain further. It's an old story my mother used to tell us years ago when I was just a kid. There was this girl who lived in the apartment directly below us who was missing all her teeth and her tongue. The rumor around the building was that her mother had pulled them all out because she refused to eat her vegetables to teach her a lesson. It goes on that the girl went mad and killed herself after 20 years of not being able to talk properly, not being able to tell people she was being abused by her mother. Now she wanders around beyond the grave, visiting kids who aren't eating their vegetables to teach them the same lesson, make them feel the pain she was never able to explain, or whatever. Rachel recited the tale as if it was the least interesting Sid ever said. And you told this story to Michael? Sarah couldn't conceal the judgment in her voice. Oh no, of course not. Rachel chuckled down the phone again. I only found out the whole story from my mom when I was much older. Horrible rumor, really. The poor girl was probably just in a car accident or something. But you know how people love a good horror story. My mom just used the name and the pulling teeth thing to make us eat our vegetables, and it worked wonders. I figured it would work with Michael, too. I mean, it didn't do any lasting damage to us. Despite how gruesome it was, Sarah didn't say anything. It was all she could do to remain calm and professional. Was that all it was? I can still come round if you want to discuss it more, Rachel asked. No. That's okay, Rachel, that's all there was to it. Sarah just wanted to escape the conversation now. Forget about the rule and the story and the woman who had visited her earlier that evening. Oh. Rachel was chuckling again, and it was grating on Sarah's already frayed nerves, but she couldn't leave that comment dangling. Memory lane? She asked. Yes, Harry said. You lived at the Pine Grove? That's where we used to live years and years ago when I was a kid. Apartment 303. That's where I first heard the now infamous story of Lisa Lynn. Sarah's blood turned cold. Let's see. You've written here that you were in apartment 203. Rachel continued. Well, how about that? You lived directly below our old apartment. Sarah's heart stopped as Rachel laughed down the phone at the coincidence. The phone slipped from her hand and onto the floor, but Sarah could still hear Rachel's laughing. Somehow the sound didn't seem to be coming from the phone anymore, though. It was coming from the kitchen, or maybe Ryan's bedroom. She couldn't quite tell, but there was definitely someone laughing in her apartment. Someone with a deep, low, guttural laugh. Story 4. Things have simply not been the same for Dalton Whitworth since the carriage accident. Colors are not as vivid. Music, not nearly as pleasurable. Every meal he consumes is bland and leaves an unsavory aftertaste. Days filled with sunlight are no longer warm, enjoyable experiences. On the contrary, he finds the light to be oppressive, causing his eyes, head, and neck to be in a constant state of discomfort and torment. Dalton had previously enjoyed these simple pleasures in his life, even as recently as last month, until the accident that took away his beloved Rachel. Now he feels as if he spends all his effort avoiding everything. He dreads having to eat yet another tasteless dinner. He stays indoors as much as possible, only daring to venture out long enough to acquire the necessities for survival. He goes out of his way to avoid human contact, even though his circle of acquaintances showed great care and sympathy for him upon the loss of his wife. He would much prefer to be left alone now, if, by chance, he did encounter a familiar face in public. He knew the conversation would invariably turn toward his tragic experience, forcing him to relive the nightmare. He would again see in his mind the spooked horse on its hind legs, the carriage jolting harshly, Rachel letting out the briefest of screams as she is thrown from her seated position atop the open-air coach, the cobblestone pavement, the blood pooling under her lifeless form, his helpless inability to alter the outcome. Dalton cannot bear these images any longer, and he is frightened of closing his eyes for fear of being accosted once again by these horrific visions. He passes the days in his apartment reading by dim gaslight anything he can get his hands on: novels, textbooks, newspapers, and other periodicals, packaging for common household products, anything that will help him to escape. When he is not reading, he extinguishes the gaslight and sits in his armchair near the only window in his tiny quarters. He pulls back the heavy, dense curtain, just enough for one eye to ingest the world outside. He is careful not to allow an overabundance of sunlight into the dark room. People outside go about their happy lives, content and oblivious to the dark matters that one who has suffered a loss must endure. On one particular morning when Dalton awoke, he was immediately confronted with an odd sensation. Something wasn't quite right. He was in the habit of standing at the foot of his bed in morning and facing the mirror as he dressed. He did so this day as well, but with the exception that the image being reflected did not appear as it had on other days. He wasn't able to pinpoint its inaccuracy until he attempted to button his jacket, the same jacket he wore most days. This day, the button second from the top was no longer visible in his reflection. This had never been the case before, and Dalton was uncertain of how such a discrepancy might have occurred. Have I grown shorter overnight? Has the mirror been raised on the wall? Nonsense. These options were impossible. All throughout the day, as Dalton made his way around the apartment, his rhythm seemed to be off. After years of living in the same rooms, amongst the same unmoved furnishings, one develops a sense of rhythm to their comings and goings. 8 steps to the armchair, 5 more to the front door, a slight inward turn of the left foot while entering the bedroom, lest one's toe be stubbed on the protruding dresser again. These are all subconscious, of course. There is no actual counting or calculation involved, but the human mind takes note of these nuances internally and builds its own map of the landscape. Movements are subliminally adjusted to achieve the utmost efficiency, to the point where it is possible to flawlessly navigate the surroundings, even in complete darkness. Dalton was not in complete darkness, and yet he continued to stumble throughout the day. The sides of his shoes bumped corners of walls. He approached the bookshelf from his armchair in 7 steps instead of 8. His top hat grazed the overhead gas lamp in the main hallway. At dinner, he slid his chair out from under the table, to the point that it was touching the wall, and yet he was still barely able to squeeze himself between the table and chair in order to sit for his meal. Later that night, after he finished his reading in the dim light, he reached up to extinguish the lamp and clumsily jammed his finger against the brass fixture. It hadn't been so close last night, he thought, while rubbing the pain away. Sleep did not come easily that night. Dalton tossed and turned in a feverish heat of sounds and images in his mind. The horse neighing loudly as it bolted away, Rachel helplessly tumbling from the side of the accelerating carriage, Dalton lying next to her on the ground, calling her name trying to rouse her, fighting his tears. The following morning, Dalton noted his red eyes and the dark circles underneath them as he dressed in the mirror. However, this was not the only startling revelation. As he buttoned his coat, he also noticed that the top button was no longer visible in the viewing pane. A rush of adrenaline flowed through his body, leaving him with a brief pain in his chest and a sweat beginning to emerge on his brow. He took a step backward, but it was not enough to bring the button into view. One more step backward, and he stumbled against the footrail of his bed. This can't be. Am I going mad? He pondered. He became lightheaded and was overwhelmed with the urge to sit. He made his way down the hall to the armchair and fell into its velvety comfort. After a time of rest and catching his bearings, Dalton proceeded to the bookshelf. He could have sworn it only took 6 steps this time to peruse for an item to read. Once he selected his book, he settled into the chair once more to immerse himself in a world far from his own. Dalton awoke abruptly. He had no idea how long he had slumbered in his reading chair. The remaining light in the apartment was dim, and one quick glance behind the thick curtain revealed a deep indigo dusk sky. To his astonishment, Dalton realized that he'd passed the bulk of the daylight hours unconscious. He had even forgotten that he had been reading until he found the book face down on the floor next to the armchair. He arose from the chair and stumbled a bit, still unstable from his lengthy nap. Upon making his way to the bedroom, he nearly ran full steam into the wall at the end of the hallway. He had reached the end a full 3 paces sooner than before. Suddenly, he felt fully awake. His annoyance at this scenario having grown to its peak, he decided to investigate further, to prove once and for all that he wasn't going completely stark, raving mad. He retrieved a broomstick and laid it on the hallway floor with its end touching the wall. He marked the other end with his finger pressed tightly against the floor, and then slid the stick forward until it aligned with his marking finger. Reading this process all down the corridor, he determined that it took 6 full lengths of the broomstick, with a remaining space of about 10 inches. That last portion he estimated in his mind to reach the front door. He noted this dimension on the inside cover of the book he'd picked up off the floor, and vowed to measure again soon. Before going to bed that evening, Dalton paused to have a look at his reflection in the mirror once more. He stood with the back of his calves touching the footboard of the bed. He almost broke down into tears when he saw the sickly man in the reflection, a shadow of the man he was before losing Rachel. Aside from his startling visage, he also took note of the truncated image. Now, his face was only visible down to the chin. No neckline. No buttons on his coat. He reached his arms out before him and was able to touch the wall with his fingertips. Something never before possible, as the wall had always been a good 7 feet away from the foot of the bed. Defeated, he hung his head, removed his outer clothing, and crawled into bed, hoping to sleep indefinitely, not minding if he never awoke again. But awaken he did. He had slept soundly all night long, only stirring momentarily when thoughts of the accident attempted to encroach on his dreams. It was morning light now, and the first thing that Dalton noticed was something pressing against his bare foot. Still in a fog, he bent his already stiff neck downward to catch a glimpse of what it was that had come into contact with him. A swell of panic and fear overtook him when he determined that it was the wall with the mirror on it, pressed all the way up against the footrail of his bed. Dalton jolted his neck the opposite way to see the space behind the headboard. It was still snugly against the opposing wall. His heart raced with dread at this unexplainable event. His mind did not know how to process this information. He exited the bed on the left side and squeezed past the pressing walls and through the doorway into the hall. After retrieving the measuring broomstick, he employed it to measure the hallway a second time. His hands shook, but he was careful to line up the stick accurately at each interval. Upon reaching the front door, he nearly fainted to find that he'd only counted 4.5 lengths of a stick. "What is happening to me?" he cried out, to no one as he collapsed onto the floor. He sobbed openly, not only because of the strange predicament, but also for his current condition, and for Rachel, who had brought such peace and contentment to his life just a month prior. Oh, how things could change so quickly. After regaining his composure, Dalton was overwhelmed with the desire to flee, to get out of that oppressive apartment, even if only temporarily. As much as the idea frightened him, he decided to pass the daylight hours outdoors. Where exactly he would go, he did not yet know. He picked himself up off the floor, found his hat and overcoat, and made his way to the front door, noting how it took fewer steps to approach it. Dalton walked along the cobblestone path through town. He stared at the ground as he walked, hoping that no one would try to speak to him or even make eye contact. No one did. Turning the corner near a leather tanning shop, he had to divert his path as the store owner came bursting from the front door of the shop and threw a bucket of wastewater into the street, nearly wetting Dalton's shoes. How completely rude and insensitive, Dalton thought. Though he did not speak to the man, he continued on toward an area free of businesses, buildings, and the commotion of life. A park-like area with benches, a pond and trees displaying their colorful autumn foliage. Dalton sat on the nearest park bench upon entering the clearing. It was relatively calm and peaceful since it was mid-morning on a weekday. The only other patrons were a mother feeding ducks in the pond with her toddler son, an elderly gentleman sitting on a bench opposite Dalton reading a newspaper, and the occasional passerby. On their way to more important things, Dalton sat and observed until he felt his eyelids getting heavy. The breeze and the silence lulled him. The cloud cover was a thick, gray blanket, preventing any harsh sunlight, much to Dalton's delight. Even so, it was unseasonably warm, which only furthered his sleepiness. As he was on the verge of crossing the threshold into dream territory, he saw a woman in a pink dress pass by in front of him. He was startled and followed her with his eyes as she approached the pond. Jolting to full alertness, Dalton's heart began to pound as his mind guided him toward this inevitable thought. My God, she looks just like Rachel. He could feel his pulse throbbing in his neck. He stood and slowly approached the woman from behind. When he was standing just adjacent to her, he mustered the courage to speak. Rachel, he asked in almost a whisper, his voice weak and quivering. The woman turned and looked him directly in the eye. It's her, he thought. Dalton. Her voice was filled with relief and longing, as if the wife of a military man being reunited with her husband after long months apart. They immediately embraced. Huh? Rachel's head pressed tightly into Dalton's shoulder. They both wept. Dalton repressed the confusion in his mind of how this could be possible. It didn't matter to him. His precious wife had returned to him, and he wanted to revel in that fact. Plausibility be damned. The longer the embrace lingered, the more Dalton noticed the heaviness of Rachel leaning on him, the slackness of her body. Soon it felt to Dalton as if he were supporting her entire weight. She had gone completely limp in his arms. Still holding the embrace, they collapsed to the ground together, Dalton attempting to ease his wife's descent. It wasn't until they reached the ground that her head fell away from his shoulder, revealing the truth. Dalton recoiled in horror upon seeing the decaying face of his once lovely bride. Her eye sockets were sunken and deep, her jaw slacked open to an impossibly wide angle. Her complexion was gray and flecked with dry, cracked areas. Her hair, previously beautiful and one of Dalton's favorite features about her, was now thin and stringy, matted to the shape of her head. Rachel's lifeless body fell away onto the stone walkway as Dalton pulled his arms away in disgust. He felt the pain of losing her all over again, fresh as the day it first happened. Dalton jolted awake to find himself still sitting on the park bench. He nervously looked around to see if anyone had noticed his startled awakening. He hoped he had not screamed out in his sleep. He was relieved to find that there was no one around. The woman with her young boy, gone. The old man reading the paper, gone. The sky was now a much darker shade of gray. The clouds had thickened to the point that it appeared it may rain at any moment. How long had he been sitting there? What felt like minutes could possibly have been hours. As Dalton stood to make his way back to his apartment, The first raindrops began to fall. He was thoroughly soaked as he stood in front of his apartment door and fumbled with the key. In his haste, he dropped it into a puddle, then bent over to retrieve it. Once he finally managed the lock, he pushed the door open, but was dumbfounded when it hit a hard object after having only opened up a third of the way. He backed the door up a few inches and pushed again with the same result. Dalton turned sideways and stuck his head and right shoulder in an attempt to observe the obstruction. Pressed up firmly against the door was his favorite velvety armchair. "This is madness," he said aloud, still standing in the soaking deluge. He took several steps back out into the street. The building appeared no different on the outside. He returned to the doorway and pushed hard enough to slide the chair a small amount, just enough to squeeze through and into his apartment. What he found was completely astonishing. The size of the space inside had diminished to the point that the furniture was gathered in the center of the room, walls pressing in on all sides. He had to remove his hat and crouch down, lest his head hit the ceiling. There was no need for Dalton to measure in order to confirm his suspicions. The room was so small now that he could not even walk through it without stepping over furnishings that had once been placed feet apart from one another. The hallway was practically non-existent, and he reached his bedroom in only 3 steps, turning sideways to squeeze between its walls. He had to step up onto his bed as he crossed the threshold into the room. The walls touched the bed on all sides, and the mirror had fallen onto the foot of his bed, face down. Dalton sat on his bed and turned the mirror over. He did not recognize the man staring back at him. Pale, gaunt, sickly, haunted. Sickly, haunted. Not knowing what else to do, he lay on his bed and waited. Waited for what? He didn't know exactly. For the walls to consume him, he supposed. For the ceiling to drop down and crush the last breath from his lungs. He was ready. He was resigned. There was rumbling when the walls and ceiling shifted again. This was the first time Dalton had witnessed the movement himself. It was alarming at first, but he knew it was inevitable. He accepted the dust that flaked onto his face as the ceiling dropped inches more. He welcomed it even. The head and footboards of his bed cracked and splintered as they buckled under the pressure from the wall on either side. The gaslight fixture mounted on the ceiling touched the mattress next to him. He held the mirror flat against his chest. There was no longer room enough to stand it upright. More rumbling. The mattress bent and formed a tomb around Dalton. He closed his eyes and waited. He waited until he lost consciousness, and all was black. Dalton's eyes slowly opened. He was enveloped in complete darkness. He felt groggy, and his head was pounding. It took several minutes for him to come out of the fog, but once he did, it was as if he hadn't felt this clear-minded in quite some time. He was alive. Not only that, but he wanted to live. He felt the energy of revitalized life flowing through him. Memories came rushing back. In his mind's eye, he saw a lovely day with Rachel. He saw them mounting the carriage together after their evening meal at DuPont's Bistro. He saw the spooked horse rear up. He remembered the severe jolting of the carriage. He saw his wife plummeting to the ground. He saw himself also falling harshly onto the pavement stones, his head slamming against them violently. Everything after that was blackness. Dalton was barely able to move. When he finally regained a small amount of control over his limbs, he felt around for his surroundings. He was lying on his back, on something plush and soft. His hands found the edges of his confines quickly. There were soft, satin-like walls up against his shoulders and inches from his face. The ceiling directly in front of him felt as if it had an arched shape to it. Awakening further, he determined that he could not move his body beyond this position, as he was lying in a depression that fit snugly against him. The air was thick and musty, barely breathable. It hurt his lungs to inhale it too deeply. Sweat formed on his brow as he realized the full extent of his environment. Panic set in. "No!" he yelled, using up some of the remaining stale air inside. I'm not dead. He banged his fists against the lid as best he could within the limited space, but it only created a muffled thud on the soft interior. Dalton screamed and began sobbing. When he tried to take more air into his lungs, it felt like someone had placed a pillow over his face. He labored to inhale again. Approximately 6 feet above him was a marker which bore 2 names: Rachel A. Whitworth on the left side, and Dalton G. Whitworth on the right side. Below each was inscribed a date of birth and a date of death, the dates of death being identical. In between the names was chiseled into the stone: together in life, together in death. 2 days after the burial, 2 lone mourners, co-workers of Dalton's, visited the gravesite to place flowers. They stood in their top hats and overcoats, staring solemnly at the headstone. "It's a shame he didn't recover from his coma," one grieving man said to the other. "Indeed," the second man responded. "And I do wonder, though," said the first co-worker. "Do you suppose someone in that state knows? I mean, are they capable of thinking or dreaming after some thought?" The second man dismissed the idea. "Nah, I doubt it, but Dalton Whitworth, if he were here today, would beg to differ. Yes, he would say, we are capable of thinking and dreaming, and it is as vivid as life itself." Story 5. I've always been an art enthusiast. I guess I inherited that from my grandmother. She had been a painter for many years and tried her best to instill a love of the fine arts in me. I have many fond memories of trips to museums and galleries with her, gazing upon the countless beautiful and thought-provoking pieces. Sculpture and photography were nice, but I always had a special place in my heart for paintings, especially old oil paintings. It's hard to explain. There's a sort of special property to paintings that you can only appreciate with your eyes in person. Photographs do them no justice. The way the light refracts off of the oil and bounces back to your eyes give them a sort of life that no other medium can. Well, as much as I loved oil paintings, I was never much good myself. As a child, my grandmother tried giving me lessons. She'd create a breathtaking scenery, whilst the only thing I managed to make was a colossal mess. Despite my apparent lack of talent in the oil painting department, it did not in the slightest diminish my love for the craft. My grandmother had a room dedicated to the paintings she had created or collected, which she dubbed the gallery. I spent hour upon hour in that room, staring in wonderment. Despite my being a child, my grandmother had no qualms with leaving me alone in a room with tens of thousands of dollars worth of paintings. She knew I had far too much respect for them to damage them, even as a bouncy little girl. She did, however, have one rule that was to be strictly adhered to at all times in the gallery. If any paintings in the gallery are covered, you are not to uncover them, not even to peek. Now, some might think this a strange rule. I certainly did as a girl, but there is reason behind it. Oil paints are very sensitive, and it's possible the pieces she had covered up could be damaged if exposed to light, or various other factors. But regardless of the reasoning, I made sure to follow that rule, or at least I did, until the day my grandmother received her newest piece. I remember arriving at my grandmother's home for a visit and running straight for the gallery. I rounded the corner into the room when I was forced to screech to a halt. There, in the center of the room, was an incredibly large painting, propped up by an easel and covered with a long, dark curtain. I had never seen the piece before, and the sheer size of it astounded me. My curiosity overtook me for a moment, and I found myself slowly reaching out a tiny hand to unveil the mysterious piece. But just as my hand grasped the dark velvet, my grandmother entered the room, wearing a frown. "Evelyn, what are you doing? You know the rule about covered paintings." My hand instantly whipped back to my side, and my head sulked at the realization of my actions. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I forgot. This painting, it's so huge." "What is it?" My grandmother's expression softened, and she placed a hand on my shoulder. "Pop, this painting was just given to me by a friend. Her ill sister painted it shortly before passing away. She said she couldn't bear to look at it because it made her too sad, so she gave it to me. May I see it? I asked. Perhaps later. It's very sensitive, because it's in poor condition. I'm going to try to preserve it, though. After I'm done, I'll let you see it like with all the others, she warmly responded. Although my curiosity was not satisfied, I agreed and resigned myself to looking at all the other pieces in the gallery, content that I would no longer cause any sort of mischief. My grandmother returned to the sitting room. I lay there in the soft plush carpet, gazing at the works of art until my focus drifted. Despite how bad I knew it was to disobey my grandmother, my curiosity continued to burn hot in my chest. I had already stared at each and every piece in the gallery to detail, and had grown restless. I had to see what was beneath the curtain. Holding my breath, I tiptoed over to the massive easel and grasped the soft fabric in my hand. I just peeked for a moment. It wouldn't hurt. Just long enough to quench this burning need to know. I released the breath I was holding and quickly pulled the curtain aside. Immediately, I felt myself release a gasp. I had seen countless paintings of all genres and matters, but none so utterly disturbing as what lay before me. The painting depicted what appeared to be a pale young woman. Her skin was a sickly yellow and appeared clammy and unwell. She wore a tattered ivory dress, and her long black hair flowed behind her, seemingly following wind sources from no particular direction. She sat in anguish, with her hands held up to the side of her face, digging her long black nails into the flesh. As uncomfortable as the piece was as a whole, what really unnerved me was her eyes and mouth. Black, gaping holes sunk into her head where they should have been, and a thick, rust-colored fluid seemed to leak from them. Immediately I panicked and threw the curtain back over the horrid painting. I wanted to run screaming and crying straight to my grandmother, but I restrained myself. I knew that if I did that, she'd know I disobeyed her by looking under the curtain. So instead, I gave myself a moment to regain my breath and composure before calmly joining my grandmother in the sitting room. I never went into the gallery by myself again. That is until my grandmother passed away, naming me the sole recipient of her painting collection. The reading of the will was an uncomfortable enough experience on its own, but it was made worse by the fact that my jealous cousins were also present. My grandmother's estate, belongings, and all of her life earnings were to be split evenly amongst the family. I, however, was chosen to receive the paintings alone. I knew this was because my grandmother knew of my great love for the art, and that I would be the only one not to sell all of them for the money. However, my cousins simply saw it as me inheriting nearly $80,000 in oil paintings, and not sharing a dime of it. Oh, you can believe they tried to contest the will, but it was ironclad, and despite their protests, I soon enough found myself transporting the pieces into my own home. My boyfriend Edward and I had purchased a lovely Victorian-style home 2 years prior, and I, following in my grandmother's footsteps, had dedicated the long hallway and large room at the end of the 3rd floor to hosting my own collection of paintings. My grandmother had a great deal more paintings than I, but Edward and I managed to shuffle things around until everything had a cozy new home. Everything except for the one, nearly 6-foot-tall canvas, wrapped methodically in several layers of brown paper and twine. Instantly a knot formed in my stomach. I knew exactly which piece it was. The image of the tormented young woman with bloody caverns in her face flooded my mind, and I felt myself growing pale. Edward, however, did not share the same unfortunate memory, and excitedly began unwrapping the piece. I rushed forward to stop him, exclaiming how I wanted him to keep it wrapped, as it was a horrifically gruesome piece. However, by the time I reached him, he had already revealed the piece's glossy surface. I prepared myself for the horrible sight, but to my shock it was different. The sickly girl in the white dress still stood, hair flowing in the non-present wind, and hands digging into her cheeks. But the bloody craters were gone. Instead, she now appeared to be a pretty little thing, She had soft pink cheeks, sparkling green eyes, and her lips parted daintily into a dreamy smile. I recognized the style immediately. This was my grandmother's work. She had done an exceptional job covering over the old, horrific facade, however. If I inspected the piece closely, I could still see traces of the gruesome sight hiding right below the surface. My grandmother had clearly worked painstakingly on the piece. To anyone who hadn't seen the original, it actually did appear quite pleasant. I, however, hated it to my core. Edward, on the other hand, was instantly in love. The next few days consisted of us arguing over where the piece would be hung. We were out of room in the gallery, and he insisted upon hanging it on a large blank wall on the far side of our bedroom. I, of course, wanted nothing to do with the piece. Thus, the fighting began. Finally, we came to an agreement. I would let him hang the piece in our room for the time being, but I would begin looking for the family of the woman who originally painted the piece. Obviously, they wouldn't want to look at it in its former state, as it forever captured the state of sickness in their beloved family member. Now, it was beautiful. It would memorialize her as she was before the sickness began changing her. Certainly they would want it back now. Edward was hesitant, but agreed that returning it when I found the family would be the right thing to do. So it was that I prepared myself for a few weeks tops of having to gaze at the uncomfortable piece. The piece went up, and despite my reservations, it actually wasn't as bad as I was expecting. Without the bloody chasms, the threatening aura of the piece was gone, and I will admit that seeing my grandmother's painting style made me a little happy. And while it had taken a few days, I finally tracked down a phone number for the family. The daughter of the woman who had given the painting to my grandmother answered, and seemed excited when I told her of the relic from her aunt. She said she wanted the piece, but she needed some time to find a place for it. Excitedly, we both agreed to hand over the piece the following week. My excitement, however, quickly faded when I learned that Edward was going to be leaving town for the remainder of our time in possession of the piece, due to business. Displaying the piece was one thing, but being home alone with it was an entirely different situation. Despite my grandmother's beautiful work, being alone in the same room with the piece always left me with an uncomfortable knot in my stomach. So, after kissing Edward goodbye and locking the door, I immediately ran to the linen closet, where I promptly grabbed a sheet to throw over the creepy painting. I stormed into my bedroom, armed with the linen and a tack, and came to a halt in front of the piece. It was very vague, and I needed to squint my eyes and lean in to notice it. But it appeared as though my grandmother's paint had begun to crack and peel a bit, revealing glimpses of the rusty brown color hiding right below. That was impossible, though. The piece was nowhere near old enough for that to occur. Oil paint is famous for staying wet for a very long time. There are even some paintings from the Middle Ages that are still moist on the inside. There was no way the paint here should be peeling. Just the sight of that gross, rusty paint made me feel ill. I immediately threw the sheet over it and breathed a sigh of relief when I was no longer confronted with the eerie sight. I couldn't give the painting back soon enough. It was about this time that strange things began happening. Nothing huge and panic-worthy. Just little things. Doors I could swear I had left open would be inexplicably closed. Every so often, I'd feel a soft gust of air as if someone had just walked by, and an occasional creak or groan, which weren't all too uncommon in a home as old as mine. Things continued on like this for the first few days Edward was gone. It was Wednesday. Edward would be back on Sunday, and we'd return the piece on Monday. As uncomfortable as I was, my goal was in sight. And I knew I'd make it. A few more days passed, and things were going relatively well until I decided to look at the piece again. I had been on the phone with a shipping company earlier, trying to decide the best way to wrap and transport the piece. I figured that the cracking and peeling of the piece must have been due to improper preparation and handling, and wanted to avoid further damage. Hesitantly, I lifted the sheet for a quick assessment. I immediately dropped the sheet once more and backed away in a moment of panic. The paint had continued to deteriorate, And now even more of the seeping rust was breaking through the girl's once lovely face, now leaving her with a grotesque, cracked open face. It was at this point that I decided I needed to speak with the family once more. I dialed the number, and to my surprise found that the woman who had gifted my grandmother with the piece all those years ago was still alive and had answered the phone. Apprehensively, I told her about the piece, and she immediately invited me over to talk about it over tea, jumping at the opportunity to not be home alone with the piece. I grabbed my purse and immediately headed over. Upon arriving at the address, I was greeted at the door by a smiling old woman. She graciously welcomed me into the home, and in minutes we were settled in the front room, with daintily painted teacups in our hands. She released a long sigh before speaking. That painting should have been destroyed a long time ago. She breathed sadly. You've seen it. It's terrible and frightening. It's the result of a very sick mind. She shifted her gaze down to her teacup before continuing. My sister had brain cancer. In its final stages, she became very ill mentally. When there was nothing more the doctors could do for her, they sent her home and told us to make her comfortable. But as you can see, they weren't. Her mind was plagued by demons. She began withdrawing more and more into the madness of her own world, and it showed on the canvas. I actually walked in on her slashing her arms with a palette knife and mixing her blood right into the paint. The image of the gross, rusty color oozing from the craters in the girl's face flashed across my mind, and I had to set my cup down for fear of dropping it. I was going to get rid of it, the old woman continued. Burn it after my sister passed away, but your grandmother, ever the art enthusiast, insisted on keeping it instead. I don't know why. It's a horribly dreadful piece. And now what's worse, my daughter wants it back in our home. Please, I beg of you, burn it right to ashes. Destroy that accursed thing. Right at that moment, the old woman's daughter walked into the room. Mother, what is wrong with you? We have almost nothing to remember Aunt Marnie by. And when something she made with her own hands finally resurfaces in our life, you say to burn it? It's a bad painting, Sarah. It's dark, and it's angry, and it holds all the ugliness of the disease that took your aunt from us. No, it's not. Evelyn here said that her grandmother restored it. It's beautiful now, and I want to display it in our home to honor Aunt Marnie. You're my mother, and I love you. But this is my home, and I want the painting. That's final. By this point, the atmosphere in the home had gotten quite awkward, so I read up my newfound knowledge about the piece, making me even less eager to keep it in my bedroom. Without realizing it, I had spent far more time visiting the old woman than I had expected. That paired with the sizable drive back home, I found night to have already fallen by the time I finally arrived on my front porch. The house was empty and quiet, and confirmed my decision to sleep in the guest room that night. Edward would be back the next day. Silly as I felt, just one night in the guest room wouldn't kill me. I snuggled down with a good book and read until I felt my eyes growing heavy. It had been a while since I had felt this at ease. I was quite happy to have made the decision to sleep away from the dreadful painting. Within moments, I found myself drifting off to a peaceful sleep. However, this did not last. What I assumed to be several hours later, I awoke to the sound of a slamming door. I jolted awake, my heart racing. I was home alone and feared for a burglar. I immediately began scoping the room for something I could use as a weapon. Thinking quickly, I pulled down the pole that was holding up the curtain and wielded it like a staff. Slowly, I crept through the doorway, keeping as silent as possible. The only thing I could hear was the sound of my own heart rapidly beating in my ears. Strangely, nothing in the house was amiss. I stood in the hallway, pondering a moment before deciding which direction to move in. My first instinct was to reach for the light switch, but if there was an intruder, hitting the light would immediately give away my position. So I decided to navigate in the dark. I knew my own home better than a thief would. So if I moved quietly, I'd have the element of surprise on my side. Just then, I had to muffle a scream as the door to my bedroom at the end of the hall slammed shut. Then the sound of weeping filled the home. It was sad and distant, but it was definitely coming from my room. Acting on instinct instead of logic, I hit the light switch in the hall and went to investigate. Slowly, and as quietly as I could, I cracked open the door. The light from the hallway spilled into the dark room, and immediately the weeping stopped. I held my breath for a moment, not sure of what would happen next. That's when my eyes fell upon the painting. The sheet lay crumpled beneath it. I know it was covered the last time I had seen it, yet there it was, strewn across the floor, shaking. I pushed the door open further, allowing more light to spill into the room. The oil painting on the far end of the room illuminated, hungrily refracting the beam of light that now shone across it. The last flecks of flesh-colored paint my grandmother had painstakingly applied to the topcoat had crumbled away, once more revealing the horrifying visage I remember from my childhood. I froze for a moment, overwhelmed by the same disgust that had captured me all those years ago, the first time I laid eyes on the piece. That sickly yellow skin, those long black nails, the inexplicable wind that defied natural law. It all looked so terrifyingly real in the faint light. Those deep, oozing craters. Wait, oozing? Oh my God. There's no way. The craters in her face were actually oozing that horrible, rusty material. It was impossible. But those deep, dark crevices were literally dripping with the stuff. I could see it seep out of the canvas and hear the splatters on the hardened floors below. I knew I should run, but my feet seemed glued to their place. I tried to calm my heavy, raspy breaths, however. I soon realized that they weren't mine. I held my breath for a moment, and the scratchy exhales continued. I focused my gaze on the abomination on the wall and released a silent scream. The painting was moving. The woman's bony, misshapen chest was jaggedly rising and falling in sync with the heavy breathing that now filled the room. My eyes widened in terror as my worst fear came to light. The painting slowly began to lurch. The shape of a crater-filled head began to push through the canvas as if it were merely a sheet of spandex. As the wretched figure began to force its way through, I finally regained my senses. I slammed the door shut and began running down the hall. I had only made it a few feet before I heard an enormous thud. The canvas had fallen off the wall, and at that precise moment, this time so loud, I physically had to cover my ears. Right as I rounded the corner, I shrieked in fear as I was immersed in total blackness. I tried desperately to orient myself, but my night vision had only just started to develop. In a panic, I continued forward with my hands outstretched, hoping to find the banister that led downstairs. A jolt of terror ran up my spine when I heard the creak of a door opening, followed by the sound of something heavy thumping, then dragging down the hall. The weeping had turned into wild shrieks, and were so loud they were disorienting. I nearly fell down the stairs when my hands finally grasped the banister. As quickly as I could, I began racing down the stairs. The thumping and dragging sounded closer now. It was moving far faster than I thought. When I got to the bottom of the staircase, I felt for the side table on the right and threw it to the ground, hoping to slow it down. Something was off now, though. The shrieking had stopped. It was silent. No thumping, no dragging, just silent. For some reason, this scared me even more. So I ran as quickly as I could, despite the dark, straight for the front door. Right as I was mere feet from grasping the handle, I felt my feet give out from underneath me. Something bony and cold had wrapped itself around my ankle. I fought wildly to break free as the sound of heavy breathing filled the room loudly again. I saw a form of something large and dark approaching me, and I swung wildly with my hands. I felt them dig into something cold and moist. In disgust, I used all my might to push it back and break through the front door, slamming it shut behind me. I didn't stop running until the sun had begun to rise. When I finally stopped, I collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. I raised my hand to wipe my brow, but stopped. I had been so focused on fleeing up until now that I hadn't taken a moment to look at my hand. It was covered in a dark, rusty material, entangled in several strands of long black hair. When Edward returned, He found the home to have been targeted by burglars. The place was trashed, but it was rather odd. Only one thing in the entire home had been stolen. He noticed that the large, lovely painting my grandmother had restored was nowhere to be found. The police came by and told me I was lucky to have escaped. I just nodded and kept quiet. After all, the burglary was the only logical explanation, right? This was a fairly textbook case, you see. A large Victorian home full of valuable paintings makes a tempting target for thieves. There was, however, one detail about the case that seemed to have everyone baffled. All throughout the home, there were trails of a dark, rusty fluid. Lab reports later confirmed it to be a strange combination of paint and old, rotten blood. I'm not much a fan of paintings anymore. Edward and I sold the gallery and are using the money to plan our wedding and are currently looking for a new home. I told him that I have trouble sleeping here because I have nightmares about the break-in. But the truth is, we never did find the painting. And some nights, I'll lay in bed, moments away from drifting off, and I'll swear I hear the sound of distant, raspy breaths. Story 6. I recall when we first found the grove. The trees glowed, illuminated by late sunlight coming in shafts down into the valley. The thick smell of decaying fruit rising up toward us, sweet and sour and wonderful. I was part of a 6-person research team looking into water quality fluctuations in the Sierra Valley system, following water courses and comparing their biodiversity. In pursuit of one specific stream, we'd squeeze through a narrow crevice canyon that eventually opened up into a verdant, enclosed ecosystem rich with plants and animals previously unknown to science. That sort of thing isn't unheard of in the region. The Andean mountains are full of such tiny pockets of life, totally cut off from each other by high mountain walls, creating Galapagos-like isolation. But the trees, those really were the discovery of a lifetime for any botanist or explorer. And I was both. The local natives, Puruha, called them witch berries or something like that. According to our guide, I speak very little Quichua, so I had to trust his translation. It's not an unfitting name, though. They were bewitching, endemic to just one valley in Ecuador, which was later made into a protected reserve. The small trees were not only beautiful, with arching, pendulous boughs and long, distinctive leaves, green above and pink below, but they also produced flowers and fruit in amazing quantity. Walking into the grove, the berries were everywhere, emitting a heavenly scent, and we could not resist sampling, even knowing we risked poisoning. Taking some back to camp, they were run through our field toxicity test without any problems, and after we'd gone several days without any ill effects, we went back to the grove and picked handsful of the fragrant fruit, orange-pink, grape-sized oblong berries with a thin fig-like skin and a ripe mango texture. And the flavor, like burnt brown sugar and melted butter drizzled on perfect strawberries. They also dried easily and held up unrefrigerated for nearly a week before spoiling. Almost immediately, talk of cultivation and marketing overtook our discussions. We foresaw witch berries being the next big thing in supermarkets all across the world, and our visions soon danced with the money to be made. The Puruha didn't seem too happy about us taking branch samples or eating from the trees. They had some sort of taboo about eating the fruits raw, which we didn't understand, and dismissed as superstition. They used the berries for various medicinal and ceremonial purposes, cooking, drying, and grinding the fruit into a fine powder. It was easy to categorize their reverence as being similar to other cultures' superstitions about pomegranates, apples, or honey. So we took the cuttings back to our greenhouses in Kent, only to be pleasantly surprised by how readily they rooted and grew, thriving in warm, humid shade. Inside of 5 years, they started flowering, and we arranged an industry party to celebrate and taste the first crop grown in the Yukon. I lost track of how many people shook my hand, congratulated me and my teammates, and gushed positively about our find. Oh, but of course, we couldn't say we discovered the plant The indigenous people of the region knew about them long before us, and we had already made plans to send a small portion of the profits from our venture to the Kuruha to improve their lives and to protect the tiny valley the trees came from. The tasting party went off without a hitch, and we got a plethora of preliminary offers, not only from within the UK, but Europe and the USA as well. Of course, the fruit still needed FSA approval, but since the trees produced year-round with sufficient fertilizer, we could start shipping as soon as we were certified. Since our own labs had already investigated them pretty thoroughly, we knew it wouldn't be a long process. With luck, we'd be able to get the next crop out by December, just in time for the big rush on tropical fruit for the holiday season. And when the certificates arrived, I brought in some champagne for us all. We were, of course, fools. Not stupid. We were all educated scholars. Well, except Paul Dimsey. He was a photographer, but no amount of research or knowledge could have prepared us for the worst. I, in particular, was so blinded by fortune and success that even when I saw the signs that something was wrong, I didn't pay attention to them. I didn't want to, and for that I take full responsibility. There's a disease called pica that affects people with certain neurological conditions or dietary deficiencies, and it is characterized by the sufferer eating non-food items or substances. In some cases, pennies, buttons, small sundry objects. In others, clay or dirt. It was the latter that I caught Nick blessed up to in the greenhouse. Perhaps 3 days after we'd packed our first shipment and kissed it goodbye. He was eating the moist black soil straight out of a large plastic bag. And when he saw me watching him, he immediately stopped, guilty-faced and stuttering. He called me Miss Torgerson instead of my first name, and tried to hide what he had been doing. I asked him if he was feeling all right, and he bashedly admitted to me he'd had the condition his entire life. It just happened to come and go at odd times. I told him I understood, though really I was surprised. He'd never mentioned it, and he'd always seemed very open and jovial about his life. But then, I'd reasoned, some people act that way to better hide their secrets. Still, something felt off about the entire thing. I regretted not listening to my instincts when Dr. Hanlon came to my apartment a little less than a week later. He asked to come in, and I offered him a drink. "Bless you, girl," he said, and I poured us whiskey on the rocks. We weren't best friends, but we'd spent a lot of time talking on our trip. I think our mutual love of a good bottle pushed us into each other's company. The others in our team didn't drink, and didn't find our rowdiness after a few as mutually endearing as we did. To Hanlon, Eugene outside office hours hadn't come for my delightful presence, but to talk to me about something far more problematic. He asked me if I had felt any strange urges recently. For example, the urge to eat anything unusual. Eugene was edging around the true crux of his question, so I supplied it for him. "You mean like soil?" As I said it, his face stiffened. I hit the bullseye. I told him I'd walked in on Nick earlier, and he nodded, then told me it wasn't just the one. He liked to sneak into the greenhouses for a tipple here and there between his appointments. And he'd spied 3 people, all members of our expedition, snacking on black hummus. We discussed the situation for a good long while, consuming half of my bottle of Glenfiddich. The possibility of having brought back with us some exotic tropical parasite came quick to our minds, though Eugene and I weren't experiencing any odd urges yet. Still, I was worried and sought a clinic as soon as they were open the next morning. I went back to the campus in the afternoon to ask Eugene to help me convince the rest of the expedition team to get themselves tested. There was initial resistance. Everyone seemed to feel fine, even those who we knew were snacking out of the garden bed, especially those, which just made us more worried. Our concerns were taken seriously by the department head, who ordered mandatory testing for everyone who'd been on the expedition, as well as anyone who'd been in extended contact with us, or been in the greenhouses for any length of time. Everyone in the department submitted to various scans and samplings without argument, including the soil eaters. their smiles so certain that nothing was amiss. And they seemed to be right. There was nothing new or unusual in any of their samples. No strange bacterias, viruses, nematodes. No extreme nutritional elevations or deficiencies. Nothing to indicate why some of them were having such odd cravings. Testing did reveal those who were affected. Crapping dirt is hard to miss. 7 people came up positive for soil eating, which meant that whatever it was had spread to at least 4 people who had not gone to Ecuador with us. Suddenly, the situation was far more serious. If the disease could be spread, it could get out, and nobody had any idea what it was or how it was transmitted. More people started showing symptoms, some reporting right away, others only admitting their condition after they'd succumbed to dirt hunger. All the while, the lab techs ran themselves ragged looking for an explanation. But it was only after ruling out just about every cause for the symptom they could think of that one of the techs finally noticed something common to those who'd been afflicted. Witchberry. Well, we'd all been eating them. Some more than others, apparently. But these folks most of all. More specifically, they were finding lots of chewed seeds in the subject's stool. When asked about it, all of the unaffected said that they specifically avoided eating the seeds, while the others did not. So we had an obvious suspect, but we'd waited too long before looking at the fruit. Hundreds of pounds had already been shipped all around the world, and while we could shut down the farm and stop production, the recall and the potential panic it could cause seemed unreasonable. If we could just figure out how to mitigate the effects, maybe the situation could be salvaged. And then the symptoms just went away. The dirt eaters' cravings evaporated a few days after they'd stopped eating the fruit, starting with those who developed them first. They'd experienced some mild withdrawal symptoms, but it seemed the problem had resolved itself. Still, we had a lot of work on our hands. If it was just the seeds that were the problem, we could deal with that. All was not yet lost, so we halted shipping, and on the advisement of our legal department, sent out a statement advising people not to eat the seeds, or, if they had already been eating seeds, to stop doing so. Arrangements were coming along nicely to buy a modified olive pitting machine that would target and eliminate the problem area. A lot of our profits were going down the crapper, since cut fruit wasn't as shelf stable, and we needed special packaging to keep it from spoiling. But some income is still better than none, or none and a legal fiasco. Looking back, I would have taken that legal fiasco happily. Dr. Goder had been transferred to another office, so I didn't hear about him right away. He'd been depressed since the Pika incident and talked about quitting, but it was still strange that he'd just disappear. A police detective came by to ask us a few questions, but I got the impression he wasn't very optimistic. 2 weeks later, another member of the expedition team went missing. She just didn't show up one morning. The same detective came back around, but didn't seem to remember having talked to me before. He just gave the impression of general disinterest in the case. There was a lot of Pika talk in the department. Both of those who'd vanished were recovered dirt munchers. It quickly became a department-wide rumor, the Witchberry curse. One of the others, who showed symptoms early on, became so anxious that she simply quit. Another went on extended vacation, and a third came into work high until he got a suspension. I never heard from any of them again. It was fall when I received a letter on my desk. I opened it to find a complaint from the Resource Management Office. Upset that our department was using a greenhouse unit we hadn't requisitioned or been granted the use of, and that if we didn't move the new plantings, they would be destroyed. I called Eugene Hanlon first, and then Maggie Hirschbaum, the only other people who might use the greenhouses for personal projects. Though even then, they'd have needed to apply for them with resource management. Neither of them admitted to knowing anything about it. I asked them to meet me at the unit mentioned in the letter, curious and slightly irritated about what was going on. I'd rarely even been in that unit, since it was out on the end row, a long way from our crops. Even if I felt like putting anything in, there was no logical reason to go do it out there. After work, I hiked up to the last row of greenhouses in gray drizzle. Maggie was already there when I arrived, and Eugene made it only a few minutes after. The unit in question was unlit, and I flipped the switch so my companions could read the letter. They agreed it was odd, but sometimes our students get odd ideas for projects, and they're notorious for failing to follow procedure with some of these things. As promised, there were a number of seedlings growing in one of the plots. They were perhaps 7 or 8 inches tall, representing a couple weeks' growth. Healthy and robust despite being in an unheated, unlit unit. They had the elegant pink and green leaves of witchberry. Maybe someone's trying to selectively breed them. Eugene rubbed a leaf. Make them hardier. Noble, but misguided. I noted a spade left on the floor in the aisle and picked it up. We'll need to move them, Maggie. Could you get a pallet? I remember pushing the spade into the soft, loose soil around the seedlings, working down and pulling up. I remember the rip of fabric, and when I lifted the spade, the dull sound of dirty brown bones coming up all tangled with the roots. I didn't recognize what I was seeing until I looked closer, down into the hole I'd made, and saw a human jawbone with still white teeth shining out of the dark, loamy earth. I think I went into shock at that point, since I don't recall much else of that night, and had to be filled in later by Maggie. Within an hour, police had swarmed the greenhouses. Eugene, Maggie, and I were taken to a hotel and questioned repeatedly. I was in a daze, Maggie told me, and not very responsive. Forensics specialists dug up all the greenhouse plots with any sign of recent soil disturbance, including the original crop trees, which were moved into a storage facility in plastic tubs. The bones I had found had been those of Paul Dimsey, who had actually been the first of our expedition to go missing. But he wasn't an employee of the university, having been hired on contract, and he lived alone. I hadn't even known he'd gone absent. 5 corpses were found inside the greenhouses, and 3 more in some nearby woods, each one indicated by a small cluster of pink and green saplings. Evidence suggested that the deceased had actually buried themselves, sometimes using their bare hands to dig a hole big enough to lay in, and then pull the freshly turned earth back in over their own bodies. Of course, not everyone who'd eaten the seeds ended up in self-made graves. A couple were found decaying in their beds, with sprouts attempting to grow through the blankets. Others were still alive, but now experiencing fatigue and abdominal heaviness, and a good percentage showed no symptoms at all, regardless of how much of the fruit they'd eaten. CT scanning revealed what earlier tests and x-rays had missed. Some of the seeds, swallowed whole, had implanted themselves into the victim's intestinal walls and germinated there, invisible to the immune system. They'd quietly spread soft, fine roots all through the bodies of their human hosts, feeding and storing energy until they were ready to progress to the next stage. Somehow, the plants made their hosts want to bury themselves, their corpses providing fertilizer for the fast-growing trees. Efforts were made to remove the parasitic plants from the still-living victims, but the surgery proved more deadly than the parasites. And worse, new cases of soil-eating pica were starting to emerge in every place which shipped the damned berries. A full recall was ordered, the fruit gathered and destroyed, but there was little way of knowing how many people ignored the recall, or had already been infected. Eugene and I went to be more thoroughly scanned, and again, we came up clean. We went for a few drinks to celebrate our one small mercy, and talked about the future. We were pretty certain the entire department was going to be scrapped. We'd be lucky to keep our jobs once the full legal repercussions came down on us. It would be the last time we'd see each other. It's quite amazing how efficient the media and government can be at hiding a crisis in plain sight. The public was scarcely aware of any of this happening. Witchberries vanished from collective awareness, and a few dozen people came down with an unrelated illness in each of the countries we'd shipped to. A cure was, in fact, discovered in time to save some of those people. There was a pattern to who did or did not get infected. The immune were all regular drinkers of hard liquor, like Eugene and myself. I don't know about Maggie, but I wouldn't be surprised. Beer or wine wasn't strong enough to kill the seeds. It had to be something at least 30 proof. Hospitals prescribed vodka and scotch, and patients drank to their health. Sadly, this came too late for some. Once they'd passed the pica stage, the growth in their bodies became resistant to treatment, or Even if they did manage to kill the parasite, the damage it had done to the host's organs by that point was often irreversible and terminal. Some waited too long, or simply did not, or could not, seek medical treatment. This included a lot of people in the United States who lacked any form of medical coverage. For those who got such a prognosis, suicide was vastly preferred over letting nature take its course. But the numbers didn't make much of a blip on the world radar. People kill themselves all the time. Witchberries are now illegal, though I'm certain there's a black market supplied by backyard growers. The cure for infection is now well-known folklore, and new cases of dirt-eating pica are rare. I've moved on. I don't work at the university anymore. I rarely travel, and I prefer meat and bread over greens. I do not eat fruit of any kind, and now and again, when I see a sapling coming up with pink and green leaves, I kill it. Story 7. Alone. He stands in the middle of the room, surrounded by dark walls with nothing but a dim light bulb hanging from the ceiling right above him. A man with light brown skin and black hair that messily reaches shoulders blankly stares at the light. His beard full and untamed has spots of dirt and grime. He wears glasses that frame his deep blue eyes and short eyelashes. A dirty white lab coat overlaps his tucked-in black shirt and ripped blue jeans. Thinking deeply, he tries to put together the events that had led up to his captivity. He was just a scientist who was trying to find a cure for the outbreak, but the government thought otherwise. They thought that it was he and his team who had spread the disease even further. The government was looking for someone to blame to ease the minds and voices of the quickly depleting population. And who better than the only remaining scientist left who had anything to do with their project? My son. Samson. The scientist takes his fixed gaze away from the light bulb and looks towards the reinforced door. It was too dark to see on the other side of the room, but he had heard the heavy clank of metal, indicating one of the guards had opened the slot on the door. Are you ready to talk? Samson keeps quiet for a moment. They've kept him here in this dark room for 4 days, deprived of food and water. Being a scientist, Samson knows what deprivation of food and water does to the human body. He was dizzy and fatigued. Simple, everyday tasks became difficult to do. What's the point? Samson replies calmly with a dry mouth. I've answered all your questions, but you will not even heed. The door slot slams with that same heavy clank of metal. He sighs deeply and walks towards the wall behind him. Slowly, with his hand outreached trying to feel for the wall. He sits down in the darkness and stares back at the dim light. He then closes his eyes and thinks about his wife, for it was the only thing keeping him sane and alive. Her beautiful face and the memories they shared. He must survive. He had sent his wife Emily to France after assembling a team of scientists who were trying to find a cure. He sent her there in fear that his wife would join those who have been infected by the disease, but that was a couple of months ago. He missed her so. She was the only person he had left in his life. Everyone he knew was gone. His neighbors, his parents, and the old couple from Flower Shop. The flower shop, he thought. Samson remembers buying his wife flowers for their anniversary about a month before the outbreak. He and his wife were very good friends with the old lovely couple that ran the flower shop. The old couple would tell Samson that he and his wife reminded them so much of themselves when they were younger, and that Samson was taking the right path to a happy life. Samson holds back tears as he starts to reminisce about the day he had gone in the flower shop for his anniversary. Samson, your wife is a very lucky woman. A cheery voice cries. Thank you for your kind words, Mrs. Ramos. But it's nothing much. Really? Samson exclaims, blushing. Oh, nonsense. You come here every week. You always have something for her to show your love.
These aren't just words, Samson.
This is the truth, insists Mrs. Ramos with a delighted smile. She was wearing her favorite red flower apron and a pink dress under it. Look who we have here, blasts a voice excitedly, powerful but calming to Samson. So what will you be getting this time around, Samson? Same thing as last week. Good afternoon, Mr. Ramos, answers Samson. Sam, actually, I was thinking about getting her something a little different today. It's our anniversary, and I wanted to get her something extra special. I've got just the thing for you, Samson, Mr. Ramos says. He wore a white polo with khakis and had a smile that never seemed to leave his face. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Mr. Ramos makes his way to the back of the store. Within a minute, Mr. Ramos comes back out with the most brilliant bouquet Samson has ever seen. The flowers are vivid, exotic, everything he could imagine. Samson was speechless. We got these a few days ago, Mr. Ramos continues. We saved them just for you. Wow, this is just amazing. It's perfect. Thank you. How much? Whoa. Stop right there, Mr. Ramos interrupts. Now, who said anything about you having to pay for this? Oh no, please. Let me pay for this. It must be expensive. Samson pleads. Mr. Ramos looks at his wife with a smile. She smiles back, and Mr. Ramos hands the bouquet to Samson. Think of it as our present to you and Emily. Happy anniversary. Samson opens his eyes. He realizes that he let out a few tears after all. What a lovely couple. He hoped that he and his wife would be just as happy as they were when the time came for them to be their age. He closes his eyes again and imagines the old couple being so full of joy. A light smile, serving as a glimmer of happiness, falls within his tired expression. But soon, it fades. He had almost forgotten what happened. When the outbreak came, Samson checked on the old couple to see if they were okay, but was instead met with an image he will never forget. The vision of the lovely couple was soon replaced with the horrifying picture of their half-eaten bodies and ridiculously angled bones. Memories of that day start to fill Samson's mind. He remembers everything. Mr. Ramos, Mrs. Ramos, hello, is anyone here? Samson paces quickly outside of the flower shop. He hears the piercing sounds of sirens and alarms as he calls out for the couple. The deceased have reached their city, and Samson wanted to bring them with him and his wife to someplace safe. He tries the front door of the flower shop, but it was locked. Hastily, he goes around the building, hoping to find another entrance. A few seconds later, he comes upon the back door of the shop. He places his hand on the doorknob and feels relief when it twists open. Samson enters the back room carefully and starts calling out for the couple again, in a calmer tone. Mrs. Ramos, are you here? We need to get out of this city. Samson feels as if he was talking to himself, but he couldn't assume no one was here. As he walks through the room carefully, a foul stench befalls his sense of smell. He covers his nose and looks around the room for the source. His eyes search around the room and soon meet the sight of a dried bouquet of flowers on a shelf across him. It was the same set of flowers that the old couple had given to Samson and his wife as an anniversary gift. Samson's motivation for his search grows, remembering everything the old couple has done for them. Finding nothing else in the room, Samson makes his way towards a door that leads to a small hallway and calls out again. Mr. Ramos? Mrs. Ramos? It's suddenly, his heart drops. Samson turns the corner and sees the deceased. 3 of them to be exact, crouching, feeding at the end of the hallway. Samson goes quiet and feels true fear. He has never seen one before, but he knows that they were the deceased. Never taking his eyes off of them, Samson starts to walk backwards into the previous room. After a few steps, The fear he feels grows even larger as thoughts race about who the diseased could have been devouring. Determined to find out, Samson halts his retreat and starts to move forward again. Sweating and shaking, he quietly makes his way towards the creatures. There were 2 rooms that lay before him. One was a few feet away on his left, and the other was near the diseased on his right. He entered the first room he encountered and put his back against the wall where the door was hinged. He carefully peeked out and calculated how far the next room was. Silently, he inched closer and closer to the next door. Suddenly and quickly, one of the diseased jerks its head up. Samson stops dead in his tracks and holds his breath. The diseased keeps its posture and sniffs the air, while the other 2 continue with their feast. Not daring to alarm them, Samson stands still and makes no sound. He listens to the meat, the gushing of blood, the breaking of bones, and the tearing of muscles soon fill his ears. Finally, the diseased went back to its meal. Samson keeps his position for a few more seconds before moving again. More cautiously, he slowly makes his way to the other room. When inside, Samson puts his back against the wall again and sits down on the floor. He takes deep, quiet breaths as he looks down. Holding his forehead with both of his hands, he realizes that the foul stench he smelled from before filled this room. Regaining his initial curiosity, he stands up with the intent of searching the room. From first glance, he had already known that this was the storage room. Discreetly, he ruffles through boxes and little trinkets that obscure his path. Using his sense of smell, he attempts to sniff out whatever he was looking for. Shelves, reaching the roof, stand in the middle of the room. A flickering light in the top corner of the room gives momentary visions of the mess scattered around. During the intervals that the light shines, Samson quickly looks around for anything worth looking into. By the 6th time he tries, he spots flies hovering around in the corner of the room across the light bulb. Samson makes his way towards the flies, making sure he is not making too much noise. Once he reaches the corner, he slowly stands up and looks closely. His expression quickly changes from curious to horrified as he faces the dead bodies of the old couple. He falls to his knees with an awestruck look as he stares at them. Their arms have been broken in many ways and directions. Mr. Ramos, wearing his blue overalls and white shirt, had his neck broken and dangling. His stomach, along with Mrs. Ramos, was robbed of its belongings. What was left of their intestines hung from the holes created by the diseased. Mrs. Ramos, wearing her red flower apron and white gloves, no longer had a right arm and only had half of her other. A deep color of blood covered their exposed bones. Their legs, once full of fat and muscle, were nothing more but leftovers for the rats. Samson was stuck in a shocked state. The smell, though stronger, no longer bothers him. The situation was too much for him to comprehend. Suddenly, the old couple groans quietly. Both have a quick 2-second spasm and groan again, but louder. Snapping out of his trance, Samson shakes his head and gets back up again while backing away. Tears roll down his face as the old couple start to move, having difficulty because of their broken bodies. They look helpless and desperate. Samson feels a heavy sadness in his heart, knowing that he can do nothing for them now. "I'm sorry," he silently says with regret and walks away. Only a step away from stepping into the hall, he hears the diseased around the corner snarl. Samson had completely forgotten about them. Being aware of his surroundings again, he takes precautions for his escape. He peeks out once and takes a quick glance at the disease. Sneakily, he walks away from them and into the first room. He heads towards the door and passes by the dried flowers, never seeing them again. As soon as Samson steps outside, he shuts the door close and falls down on the ground, completely breaking apart. He sobs, cursing the infection and everything religious. He pounds the ground with his fist, causing them to bleed. The echoed noises of shrieks and agony did not faze his sadness. A couple of minutes pass, and he pulls himself together. He wipes his face and rips off part of his shirt, using it to cover his bleeding hand. fearing it will leave a trail to his home. He gets up and prepares himself to return to his wife. Samson ran. He ran non-stop through the city, hearing random screams and cries for help. Why, he thought. Why is this happening? What have we done to deserve something like this? Samson woke up to a banging sound coming from the door. He didn't realize he had fallen asleep, but was thankful for being woken up. He didn't want to think about the old couple anymore. Still weak and weary, Samson stays seated and waits for the guard to open the slot. To his surprise, it was not just the slot on the door that had opened, but the whole door. Samson squints his eyes. The brightness from the outside of the room was something his eyes were not used to anymore. Still, he looks towards the door. He sees the silhouette of one of the guards standing right outside of the room. Soon, 2 more figures join the guard. One of them was another guard, but he could not figure out who the third figure was. The third silhouette looked quite frail and seems to have a bag over his head. Perhaps another prisoner, Samson asks himself. Then he notices a sort of chain coming from the guard's belt and into the figure's neck. The guards push the figure inside the room hard enough to have let him hit the ground. The guards come inside the room and quickly remove the bag from the figure's head. Samson's muscles tighten all around his body. This person, or more so, thing on the floor, snaps its teeth in the air. It started twisting and writhing, its face contorted with pure hunger and violent rage. Its eyes, once a different color, are nothing but shades of yellow. The guards have brought in one of the diseased. The guards then release the creature from its chain and calmly walk out. As the door slams shut, the guards wave at Samson, mocking his situation. Those idiots, he thought. Who in the right mind would do something like this? Having no other option, Samson mentally readies himself for the upcoming confrontation. He closes his eyes and quickly counts to 3. A deep breath follows after, and he opens his eyes. Samson stands up weakly. He musters everything he has in him to stand up. He was stuck in darkness with a single light bulb that didn't even illuminate the whole room with one of those creatures. His eyes, moving swiftly, scanned the room from left to right non-stop. Though he was exhausted, Samson controls his breathing. It was tiring to stand, and he didn't dare to sit back down. So he stands waiting and listens to the creature sniffing around with its occasional moans and groans. Its scent soon filled the room, smelling like a mixture of vinegar and human waste. The stench makes Samson gag, and the diseased hears him. The creature snaps its teeth again and gave a quick snarl towards his direction and got louder, hungrier. It knows that there was food in the room. Samson has given away his position. The groans were getting closer and closer, until it gives a fierce growl not more than 5 feet away from him. Samson frantically runs, dodging blindly from one corner of the room to the next. He could not see it, only hear it. But the creature could smell him. It knew exactly where to go. Finally, Samson decided to run towards the middle of the room, where the only source of light shines. He runs and stops at the edge where the light reaches its end. He turns around and finally sees the creature for the first time, walking quickly towards him. It was no man, but a woman. Light gray skin, an open stomach, a nasty gash from her right eye going down to her lower lip, and her whole left cheek missing. "Come here, you ugly nuisance," Samson thought. She snarled louder as she was finally able to see her dinner. She reaches violently for Samson, her hands outreached with fingernails pointed and ready to dig. With all the energy Samson has left, he grabs both of her forearms before she was able to get a hold of him. He almost wanted to let go. He has never actually held one before, and the feeling of this woman's body was not what he had expected. Her skin feels very soft and cold. It felt as if it could be ripped off at any given moment. She was as soft as a baby's blanket and as cold as ice, but she was incredibly strong. The diseased have no threshold for pain. giving them no limit. Samson struggles with the creature. He was trying to knock her down so he could give her head one big stomp, but she continuously snarls at him and tries to bite him. Samson was losing hope. He couldn't stop her. And unlike the diseased, humans get tired. He closes his eyes for what he thinks would be the final time he will. But an image of his wife appears in his mind. Memories flood him. With renewed resolution, Samson tightens his grip on her forearms, lifts his right leg, and gives one final kick to her chest. The skin on the creature's arms and hands rip and slide off into his own. But he couldn't be disgusted by this now. She snarls loudly as she looks at him with angry eyes from the ground. With a loud yell and all his might, Samson drives his foot into the creature's head. 1, 2, 4. Stomps, and it finally stops moving. He stands there once again under that light, staring down with anger in his eyes and staggered breathing. His whole body shivers as he stands above the creature, making sure it was no longer alive. He keeps his arms tense and flexed, prepared for another conflict. After a few moments, he calms down. It's over. He wipes his hands on his clothes to get rid of the skin from the creature. As he did, he hears a small sound, a sound that a coin would make if dropped on the ground. He searches the floor and sees a small object reflecting the faint light. It was a ring. It was stuck with the soft skin that was pulled off of the creature's hands. Samson remembers that these were once people too. Curious, he picks up the ring, sits right next to the creature, and examines the ring. Inside of the ring, something was engraved. Samson drops his jaw and widens his eyes with disbelief. Story 8. It's mid-January, and as I had recently turned 19, I had decided that it was time to take a rite of passage to manhood, so to speak. So after nagging my parents, my mother mostly to be honest, for weeks, they had finally caved to my pleas to take a trip alone to our cabin we had in the North Rocky Mountains for about 2 weeks. My family was what you would call the outdoorsy type. We were out camping at least 3 times a month. We often spent entire days hiking, hunting, fishing, or canoeing. Me and my siblings, my sister included, had shot, cleaned, and eaten more deer and hogs than we could count. And our freezer was always stocked with freshly caught fish, so surviving outdoors was not a problem for us. However, ever since the death of my uncle, my mom had been more and more protective of us. So yes, it took some convincing. But now here I was, driving up a winding road, cherishing the beautiful scenery as I made my ascent. My phone buzzed, a call from my oldest brother. I quickly dove for it. As I got deeper into the mountains, this would likely be my phone call before I lost cell service. "John, you were there, bud?" His voice was already breaking up. "I'm here, Dylan. What's up, man?" "Ah, nothing. Just call to check up on you for Mo. You are her baby. And she worry," he said with a chuckle. This was true. As the youngest, my mother had always been more protective of me than my other siblings. It was nice to hold it over my other siblings' head, although sometimes the care I received was a bit much. "No, doing good so far," I reassured him. "Just about there, actually. But hey, I'm about to lose service. I'll be off the grid for about 2 weeks. If I decide to stay 3, I'll head back down so I can call and give you guys a heads up." "Sounds good. I'll let you get to it." He laughed. "Don't let yourself get eaten by any." I looked down at my phone. No service. Smiling, I threw my phone down on top of the duffel bag next to me. I was cut off from the world. This was going to be a great 2 weeks. The first 3 days were uneventful. I hunted, gathered wood, lounged about, and took day-long hikes, just me and my thoughts. It was heaven, really. Day 4. That's when it all started to go to hell. I had just shot a deer. A buck nonetheless. And I don't like to brag, but it was a big one, by far the biggest I have ever shot. Its antlers spanned 4 feet, and would probably have kept me fed for most, if not all, of the remaining time I would spend here. But there was no way I could carry it back to the cabin, or even drag it, so I started carving it there and then. I leaned my rifle against a tree and got to work. I slit it open, pulling out its intestines and other organs, washing away the blood with handfuls of snow, and began cutting it into smaller pieces. I hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and it was mid-afternoon now. I was pretty hungry, so I cut off a decent-sized portion of venison, stabbed my knife into the tree above my rifle, and headed back to the cabin. My plan was to roast it slowly over the fire while I went back to finish up some more with the deer. And by the time I came back, it would be ready. So I got to the cabin, started a fire, and put the deer on the grate above it. Used the fire for a bit to warm up, and headed back out. I trudged through the snow, making my way back to the deer. I was about 5 minutes from the spot when I felt a strange chill. It was cold, of course. The thermometer at the cabin had read 20 degrees Fahrenheit, but this was different. It seeped through my well-bundled body, penetrating my core. I glanced around. I'm not sure why, but I did, and I saw something. A dark figure about my height, ducked behind a tree, about 15 yards away. This didn't generally worry me. This was a public mountain, and it was a beautiful time of the year to come. Why wouldn't there be other people up here? "Hey, buddy," I called. No response. "Hey, you lost man." Nothing. I called once more. Still nothing. Maybe I was seeing things. I considered going over to investigate the tree, but thought better of it. It was cold. I had food cooking at the cabin, and I didn't want anything getting to my deer. Wolves were a problem out here. So with a sigh, I continued to the spot of the deer. The area was spotless when I arrived. At first I thought I'd misplaced my steps. The deer was at another area. But no. There was my knife, still wedged into the tree, right above my rifle. I walked over and yanked out my knife, then picked up my rifle. A glint caught my eye. I looked down at my knife. It was spotless. I had left the knife the way it was, covered in blood and bits of meat, when I had stuck it in the tree. But now it was impossibly clean. Even the tip where I had stuck it in the tree was shiny and clean. I turned around. There was nothing there. I mean, there was literally nothing there. When I had left, the ground had been covered with blood, pieces of meat, bits of intestines strung about, and most noticeably a deer. But now, there was nothing. The ground was a pristine white. It looked as if there had never been anything there to begin with, not even footprints of the culprits or my own, I realized with a start. The snow looked untouched. The only footprints were those of the ones I had made right then. I lifted up my foot and put it back down. It sank into the snow with an icy crunch. The snow was old, very old, I knew. It hadn't snowed since the 4 days I'd been there. Every crunch of my boots was a reminder of that. So there was no logical explanation as to why there were no longer any footprints in the snow. Or anything in the snow, for that matter. An entire butchering site. Gone. An entire butchering site. Gone. Every sliver of meat and drop of blood. In the span of 20 minutes, stumbling backwards, I turned and ran all the back to the cabin. I expected, at least, to return to the smell of cooked venison. That was gone too. I went to bed early that night. The next day, today, was when it all ended. Yesterday's events had shook me. But this was different. I had spent all day inside. Our cabin, unlike most, was solar powered, and we had working lights, a fridge, a stove. A stove. What my father has refused to add, however, was a heating system, opting instead to just install a big fireplace in the living room, and 2 smaller ones in the bedrooms, saying it ruined the camping experience, as if the working lights and plumbing didn't already do that. But that was fine by us, really. The cabin was mid-sized, had only 2 bedrooms, a bigger one for my 2 brothers, father, and myself to sleep in, and a smaller one for my mother and sister to sleep in. Besides that, it had 1 small bathroom, a small kitchen since we opted to do most of our cooking outside anyway, and a small living room. It didn't take much to keep the cabin toasty, even on the coldest days, especially since I just shut the bedroom doors to keep the heat in the main part of the cabin. So staying indoors was not uncomfortable. Glamping, as my buddy Jack says. I spent the day writing, sleeping, and reading. I cooked a few packs of frozen hot dogs my dad insisted we keep in the cabin for food. It was a good day, and the bizarre events of the other day quickly fell away. I still could not explain the reasons as to why it had happened, but I didn't care. I wrote it off as a strange phenomenon of nature. Some hungry wolves had dragged it away, licked up all spare traces of blood and guts, even off my knife. And as for the footprints, and the figure behind the tree, I didn't know, or particularly care at that moment, as I had noticed the fire had died down once again. I had spent the day restocking it with the small pile of wood we kept in the house. All at once I felt the same strange chill from yesterday. This time I wrote it off as the dying fire letting a chill into the air. I glanced outside. It was already 9 and almost pitch black. Luckily I had stockpiled a nice pile of wood right on the side of the house, so I wouldn't have to go to my area and chop some. A chill remained. I opened the door and flipped on the outside light, as the small sliver of moon hanging above me did little to brighten up my surroundings. Where was a full moon when you needed it? I walked down the steps and towards the side of the cabin, where the pile of wood was, my boots crunching noisily in the snow. I rounded the corner and ran into nothing. The wood was gone. Not a single sliver of wood remained. Even with little light I could see that, as if there had never been any there in the first place. I turned towards the woods. I was scared and angry. We had no neighbors, not for at least 3 miles, and even he was a half-senile old man by the name of Herb, the kind of man who took crack shots into the woods for fun, or who brewed his own moonshine. I turned back towards the woods, watching it tensely. Herb was kind, though, and could chop his own wood. He wouldn't do this. He probably couldn't either at his age. So who did this? I looked down. I needed more wood. It was too cold to sleep the night without a fire. I started to turn to go back when a branch in the woods snapped, sounding like a gunshot. I spun again, looking and listening closely. I stood there for about 5 minutes. No more noise sounded from the dark forest. Walking backwards slowly, I continued on to the cabin. Back inside, I seethed as I bundled up. First thing tomorrow, I was calling the ranger. I grabbed my axe, flashlight, and my knife. I considered bringing my rifle, but I figured I'd be fine. If someone was in the woods, they probably wouldn't come armed to steal someone's wood. No. My axe and knife was enough. But as I stepped outside, that chill came again. But it was worse this time. It felt like icy sludge flowing through my butt. I glanced at the thermometer. It had plummeted from 15 degrees to 5 degrees Fahrenheit in the time it took me to go inside and get ready. It took 12 minutes to reach my spot. It was a small clearing. About 17 stumps resided there, and it was a good spot to get wood. It was where we'd been coming to get it since the cabin had been built. There was a tree I had already cut down earlier, but had not yet chopped into smaller pieces. I didn't need much for the night. But as I started chopping, the chill I felt continued to get worse and worse. I was shaking badly. I could barely grip the axe. It started slowly. I didn't realize it at first, but as it got closer, louder, it penetrated the steady thwack of my axe hitting the tree. A growl. If you could even call it that. It sounded broken, like a smoker clearing their throat mixed with a wolf. I looked up, expecting to see a wolf. Maybe a sick one or something. It wasn't a wolf. Not fully, anyway. It stood on its hind legs. Its body was wolf-like enough, though slightly human. It was impossibly skinny. I could count each of its ribs, even through its heavy coat. Its color was off. To say it was dark black simply wouldn't do it the justice of just how black it was. It seemed to absorb what little moonlight hit it, and even the light of my flashlight. And its eyes. It didn't have any. Just two gaping black holes the size of golf balls where eyes should have been. And those holes, if its fur was black, they almost seemed to glow. They reminded me of black holes, how they absorb everything, even light itself. They seemed to stare right through me. It stood about 10 feet away, arms down at its side, panting. Impossibly calm for something that looked like it could rip me to shreds in seconds. I stood up straight. I was unsure of what to do. As I stared at it, the chill kept getting worse and worse. Slowly, as if woken from a deep sleep, it opened its mouth impossibly wide. It seemed to stretch all the way around its head. I saw a mouthful of crocodile-like teeth, dripping with saliva, looking like they could crush bone. It suddenly let out a terrible, unnatural screech and threw itself at me. I jumped, turning to run. 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 That was the only thought going through my head. I needed to get away. That was obvious. But I only actually made it 2 steps, as I suddenly felt a painful twist in my leg, and I fell. I turned to see my foot had gotten wedged between 2 rocks. I looked up. The thing was now in the air, hideous claws reaching towards me. Its mouth seemed to open in a wide grin as it descended on me. At the last second I rolled, wrenching my leg free with a painful twist. And possibly a crack, I don't know. I couldn't hear over the sound of that terrible screech. I wasn't fast enough, though, and its razor-sharp claws ripped into my side as it landed next to me. I had expected to feel pain. Like fire is how I had heard being stabbed described before, but this wasn't. It was cold, freezing, like plunging into a lake in the middle of winter. It hit with a shock and spread throughout my entire body. I gasped. The freezing claws made it impossible to do anything else, and somehow focused through the cold enough to grab my knife and plunge it into the back of the hideous thing that was trying to kill me. It bellowed in pain and anger as a dark, thick blood-like substance leaked out, and it ripped its claws from my side. Warmth instantly returned to my body, though not much. I scrambled up and ran. Each step shot excruciating pain up my leg. My ankle was badly sprained, and my foot may have been broken. My side was oddly numb, but I knew I couldn't stop. I kept running. I glanced back, and I'm not embarrassed in the least to say that I wet myself right there. Only about 15 feet behind, led by my initial attacker, was a whole pack of them. All unnaturally black. No eyes, mouths open impossibly wide. Somehow I found it in me to run faster, my legs screaming as I wept like a baby while running for my life. It felt like an eternity before I saw lights up ahead through the trees. My cabin. I let out a sob of relief. I managed to run even faster. I burst out of the forest into the clearing. At this point, screaming like a madman, I shot up the steps, whipped open the door, and slammed it with a loud bang. I expected to hear them hit the door, try to get in, but outside remained eerily quiet. I sank to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably and holding my side. I was too worried about what I might find to check outside. I was scared out of my mind. I didn't know what those things were, and I didn't want to. I wanted to curl up and die. I was so was scared. I sat that way crying for a long time. After a while, I shakily stood up and peered out. There was nothing there that I could see. My car sat out there, and the woods a little beyond, but I knew they were still there, waiting for me. I was sure I could see them running around at the edge of the forest. I was not leaving this cabin. I would bundle up through the cold, fireless night, and in the morning I would break from my car and never come back here. That was my plan anyway, but apparently it wasn't theirs. In the rooms, glass shattered. I had closed the doors to the rooms in an effort to keep the heat in the living room and kitchen. Those doors now burst open, one flying off its hinges and flying across the room. I wasted no time. I had to get out. I flew out the front door, slamming it behind me in a feeble attempt to slow them down. I ran at full sprint towards the car, the pain in my leg nothing but a distant ache in my mind. I could hear them moving in the woods, that horrible growl seeming to come from everywhere around me. After what seemed like an eternity, but was really a few seconds, I reached the car and grabbed the handle and almost cried in relief when it opened. I jumped in, slammed down the power locks, and slapped my thighs for my keys. My keys. I'd left my keys on the kitchen counter. Instinctively, I looked back at the house. My breath caught in my throat. Crowded around the windows, staring dead at me were those things, and that's all they did. Stare. They reminded me of children looking through the window of a candy store, staring longingly at the goods in the window. At the same time, I somehow managed to feel a thrill of joy. I had taken automotive class in school. One of the many things I learned then was how to hotwire a car. I slid my seat back and bent over to pry off the plastic covering. I threw it over my shoulder and was starting to mess with the wires when something hit my car with a loud bang that rocked my car. I shot up and yelped. They had abandoned the house and were now all around my car. Some walking upright, some scampering around on all fours. There was even one on the roof. I jumped as one to my right suddenly lunged, cracking the driver's side window. I bent over again and found the 2 wires I needed and started trying to spark them. 2 more bangs sounded above my head. I was afraid to look up. The banging was now coming from everywhere. My car rocking as they continued slamming it from all sides. I could hear the crack in my window getting bigger. The car suddenly started with a roar, and I sat up just as my window gave. It shattered, showering me with glass. The thing once again lunged, but I was moving, tearing across the small clearing around the cabin. As I approached the woods, I struggled to bring the car around back towards the road. I flipped a tight U-turn and came to a stop. I saw the pack bounding towards me. For the first time that night, I felt anger. I gunned it, heading towards the road. They continued towards me, growling and screeching. One rather ambitious one jumped in front of me, landing on my hood with a dull thud and rolling over my roof and falling off the back. The rest of them dove out of my way, snarling, and I left the cabin behind. That was 2 hours ago. I stopped right at the bottom of the mountain to record this and recover, as best I could anyway. I don't know what to do. I could call the police, but I doubt they'll believe me. My ankle, though. I think it's bleeding. After the adrenaline left my body, the pain came back full force. I'm going to the hospital, then I'm calling my family, and then, I don't know. I honestly don't know what to do, but I have to keep driving. I still feel that awful chill. I think they're close by still. We found John's body today. After the 2nd week, we waited. He said 3 weeks at the most, but he said he'd call if he decided to stay 3. When he didn't, we didn't think much of it. We reasoned he was too busy to call. After the 4th week went by, we were worried. By the end of the 5th week, I decided to go look for him. Everyone wanted to come, but I couldn't let them. As the eldest brother and closest to John, I felt it was my responsibility. John was probably jerking around, but in case something has happened, I didn't want the others to be there to find out. So I left. I drove down to Wyoming and contacted the ranger around the area. He contacted some paramedics in case John was injured, and we drove up. Nothing seemed out of place when we arrived. His car was still there, unlocked, as he always left it. The cabin seemed untouched, save for a few hot dog wrappers. All the windows were locked. The bedroom doors closed. The fire pit outside looked untouched. I walked around the cabin while the ranger went a ways into the woods to look for clues to John's whereabouts. The outside seemed normal, except for the pile of firewood we always kept out there. It was neat, save for a small messy pile of fresh wood on top that I assumed John had cut. When neither me or the ranger found anything, we all ventured deeper. After a while, we stumbled upon a deer carcass. At first glance, it was obvious animals had been at it, but upon closer inspection, it was clear this was a hunt. A small hole, most likely from John's rifle, was in its neck, and it had clearly been gutted by a knife, but no sign of John. We found him. He was lying face down in the snow. Around the small clearing we gathered wood. His left foot was bent at a painful-looking angle, wedged between two rocks, and his knife was in his ribs. He must have tripped and fallen on the knife. His left hand was clutching his axe, and his other hand was in his jacket pocket. I was strangely numb. I couldn't comprehend what I saw. I couldn't even cry. I pulled out his right hand to find it wrapped around his phone. I opened it, amazed it still worked. It was open on an audio recording as we crouched around my brother, listening to it. I couldn't help but feel scared at the crazy story he wove. After it ended, we sat around in silence until one of the paramedics spoke. Cold, he whispered. I turned to him. What did you say? There was something unsettling about his tone. The cold, he said again, louder. The cold will make you see some crazy things. I've heard stories like this before. Oddly enough, sometimes the things I've heard described are strangely similar to what this boy described. But it's all in your head. On some level, your body knows it's over, that there's no way out. And sometimes it starts making you see and feel things to cope. To make it easier to comprehend, I guess. He said he felt a strange chill. That was the hypothermia setting in, those claw marks he felt. The knife stabbing him when he fell. But what about everything else? I asked angrily. What about the chill he felt before? Or the wood? Or the deer? Or the look? Kid, he said. You saw it yourself. There's nothing up here. Maybe your brother was on something. My brother doesn't do drugs. He's smarter than that. The paramedic just shrugged. I turned back to my brother's frozen, lifeless body. I felt overwhelmingly sad. Here was my brother, my best friend, laying dead. He deserved better than this. He would have had a good life. He had a loving girlfriend, a nice job. He was liked by everyone. He deserved better. The tears started flowing then, after we had gotten his body back down the mountain, and in a morgue. I checked into a hotel and called my family to break the news. We cried, my mom especially. He really had been her favorite. They were on their way now, coming to bring John back home. But I had something to do. I logged onto my laptop in my room. I had to see what I could find. My brother was neither crazy or a druggie. Something about all this didn't add up. His voice had sounded fine on the recording. But how could he have spoken clearly with a knife buried in his ribs? Why did it seem he put no effort in making it back to the cabin, instead opting to record a strange story on his phone? What about the deer? The firewood? Or his car? Or the cabin? My brother was more than qualified to survive in the woods. In some ways, more than even my father was. So, how did this happen? I've been trying to find what I can. It's slow going. There's a lot of stuff online. Some most likely crazy stories, some I'm not so sure about. In a few hours, my family will be here. Maybe we can figure this out together. But as I rubbed the grainy feeling from my eyes, I stopped to look out the window. The only room available was a fourth-story room with a clear view of the mountain, cruelly enough. And as I stare out at the dark shape looming over me that took my little brother's life, I feel a cold chill seep through my body.